could you please call the roll for us?
Mayor Groh.
Here.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Commissioner Amsler.
Here.
Commissioner Oliveira. Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Okay, let's go ahead and ask for any additions, deletions, or withdrawals from our agenda. Do we have any?
I have a couple, Jonathan.
Okay,
I'd like to pull 9A from consent for discussion. There's some issues with the calendar. We're missing the appointment of vice mayor, which happens every June and December, should be on this agenda. So we need to figure out how we're going to add that. It's a proclamation that we do every December regarding the founding of Biscayne Park, and it's missing from the agenda. So I took the liberty of writing it up, and you have a copy of it. There you go.
thank you.
And I think we might combine 13B, Chris's item, with 13C, Vero's item, and have that conversation together, if you guys don't mind, Vero. Okay,
Did you say 9A?
9A.
9A, okay.
I
And
say the right one, it's the calendar item.
that's the calendar item. But so before we go past that really quickly, I want to ask how we can, if and how we can amend the agenda to add the appointment of the vice mayor. We can just add that. Okay, I think,
Well, see if there are other additions, and then we can
Okay.
make one motion to
Perfect.
amend the agenda.
okay, great. All right, so I have 9A, I have the vice mayor issue, and I have the 13B and 13C. Is that correct?
The proclamation.
The proclamation, got it. Okay. Any other at this time? Proclamation for the Biscayne Park Heritage Month that I have here.
Yes, Mayor. What was
The third was
B and C,
correct.
pulling 9A.
When, I guess when would be the best time? When do we have to do the vice mayor portion? Well, I'm just trying to understand. I just want to make sure I'm adding it to the correct place.
That's done by resolution.
Yeah.
So,
The agenda for June, and you'll see it on there.
so it's, you would do it under the consent.
Under consent agenda, okay,
Obviously, I'll have to draft that
okay.
based on your vote.
All right, then. All right, so just very quick recap. We have the addition of the proclamation. We'll be adding the appointment of the vice mayor to consent agenda. We are moving 9A out of consent, and we are consolidating 13B and 13C.
Just for the, so the record is clear, the vice mayor resolution is an add-on to the agenda.
You're adding it to the consent agenda. So when we get to consent, there'll have to be a motion to approve consent with the addition of that resolution that you'll draft. Got it.
Okay. Okay, so the agenda, we will move forward with this agenda as amended. All right, so let's go ahead and do our proclamation now as part of our presentations. And I will read the proclamation that is here for Biscayne Park Heritage Month. Whereas by the 1920s, Arthur Murtlow Griffing had acquired and begun developing land along Dixie Highway north of Miami, which was subdivided and named Griffing Biscayne Park Estates and carefully planted with shrubs and trees so that it resembled a huge botanical garden. And whereas in January 1923, Mr. Griffing began advertising the new gateway to Miami in the Miami Daily Metropolis, offering a free strawberry shortcake to potential buyers. He particularly targeted young families to live in his new development by producing safe environments for children to play near their homes in the many cul-de-sacs, with prices ranging between $4,000 and $4,500.
Price of change.
And whereas by a vote of its 113 citizens, the town of Biscayne Park was incorporated on December 31, 1931, and 2 years later, a state charter was granted changing the name to the Village of Biscayne Park. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim December 2023 as Biscayne Park Heritage Month. Thank you, Commissioner Kenny, for putting that on for us. All right, so then now let's go to our presentations, which is under our agenda, under 5A, the letters of commendation, and this is an agenda item placed here by the manager. So, Mr. Manager, would you like to provide us with an introduction?
Absolutely. The Public Works Director, Juan, had asked that we create letters of commendation for the members of VOBP Public Works due to their hard work in response to the recent unnamed storm. They did a phenomenal job getting the village back up and running as quickly as possible, and they also assisted the police department with getting the roads reopened, getting cones up where they couldn't, where vehicles couldn't go. So rather, I'm not going to read the full letter again. That's all in your packets. But the ask from Public Works and with my recommendation is to sign the letters of commendation. Those become part of the employees' personnel files.
Okay, since this is under presentations, at this time, just ask if there's any discussion or any comment on the item as introduced by the manager.
We're very lucky to have that department, and they respond so quickly every time we have a storm like that, and this one kind of caught us off guard, so very happy to support that, Chris.
Thank you.
I agree. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Manager, you can just present those to us for signature afterwards?
Correct.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you for bringing that up. And we thank you for our dedicated and hardworking team in helping us with the storm mitigation and recovery. So having completed presentations under 5, let's go ahead and open it to public comments. We will start here in the log cabin. Then we'll move on to Zoom. And just a reminder, public comment is 3 minutes, and please provide your name and address.
And Mr. Mayor, also, if you just remind anyone that wishes to speak that the public comment portion is for items that they're not going to speak at that are also available for public comment. In other words, if there are ordinances that you're going to open up for public comment,
I see.
this is not the time for them to discuss those ordinances. It would be only items, you don't get 2 bites at the apple, so to speak.
Got it. Okay, so
Can I ask on that? That's different than what we've been doing so far.
That's Robert's rules. That's how it should be. I know last month I had noticed that it was,
Oh, previous commission meetings, not just last
that
month.
was, last month's the first one that I've been at where that's happened, because my stay here has been
we had a double commentary of sorts.
where members of the public have, during the public comment section, which is section 6, they've commented on ordinances and then have come up when the floor is open for public comment on the ordinance,
I see.
spoke again on the same ordinance. Purpose of public comment, the purpose of this public comment is for the public to speak on items that are not related to the agenda.
Specific
That
ordinance.
they can speak at the appropriate time.
Okay,
Okay.
I will remember to add that to the introduction. So you got all that?
And but since we're talking about a public comment before they start, can we also please make sure, Jonathan, that everyone states their full name and address? Last meeting, we had people speaking. I didn't know who they were. And I don't like not being able to address people by name, and some of them were village residents who I've never met.
Definitely.
Thanks.
Microphone issues continue.
So during public comments, Mayor, we weren't able to get the timer up on Zoom. I'll be running the timer from here. And I'll announce when we're
Okay.
getting down.
Then I'll put my timer away.
No.
That's rare.
There you go.
Put it against the wall at work.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for that. David Raymond, 11520 Northeast 9th Avenue. And if I could, just on the comment that the attorney made, I think that for many years, people have come and made comments about things that are ordinances because they're not going to be here at 11 o'clock, like myself, who's leaving after this, sorry. So maybe, I know you're giving legal advice, and please, but maybe as just a point of how you run the meetings, perhaps if someone were here for public comment, made their comments on an ordinance item, and then was told that if you're commenting on an ordinance, you can't comment it again on at public comment on that ordinance, unless there's a law that precludes that. maybe that's a way to do it, just so people, I don't want to use up all my time with that. Just something for you all to think about.
We'll think about it, yes.
Anyway, item 9B for Ecostrata. Robert Rano is great. I've known him for 20 years. When I closed my consulting business, I gave him all my stuff and continue to. So it's wonderful. I'm very glad that you're still working with him on 10B, which is an ordinance item. Just yay, please keep working on ordinances related to Airbnb kind of rentals, vacation rentals. 13B and C, which I guess have been combined now into whatever. The memo from the manager that, you know, it has a recommendation that's sort of based on not much has changed from the last time we did a traffic study. But we've lived here not quite a decade, believe it or not, 2015. So there was no Aldi's and Michael's and everything else that's over here on the other side of 107th Street that people cut right through 9th Avenue. We did not have signs in front of our house 9 years ago that said, slow down, this is not a racetrack, that my wife put up, but I'm not thrilled with, but they should be there because they do actually slow people down to some degree. But I would really strongly suggest that we have a traffic study that looks at things in real time today, because things have changed. The neighborhoods changed, the people who live here have changed. Mostly for the better. We've got so many babies and people out walking. It was, I think dogs outweighed babies when we got here. Now I think babies are outweighing the dogs, and soon we'll have those same little kids running around and on their bikes, including my grandkid. We're a multi-generational Biscayne Park family, and I'd like to keep everybody alive.
30 seconds.
Okay, last item, my last 30 seconds. Chris, this is for you, please. Please clean the drains. I know every time I come here, that's what I talk about, but I do because we're not on a schedule to clean the drains. I don't understand. This is something you've inherited, I know, Chris, but I think I'm on my 6th or 7th manager I've been making this request to. There needs to be a program in place to clean the drains once or twice a year, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Time.
It's tough being short. Janie Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. Totally and completely agree with David. I don't understand attempting any sort of traffic mitigation based on 15-year-old data. I can tell you, anybody who walks in this village will tell you much has changed. Volume, speed, different cut throughs. I mean, it looks like 119th was only evaluated for one block. I can tell you to at least 10th Avenue, 119th is solid. So I really would ask you guys to rethink using 15-year-old data. As far as item 13D, the procedural review of village boards and committees, I totally support Mac's idea. Now, when it comes to quasi-judicial boards, that's us on code and planning, yes, it is critical that we be allowed to make those decisions free of interference and outside influence, because you don't want to politicize the legalities. But we need you guys to show up at our meetings on at least any kind of regular basis. You need to see what sort of cases are we hearing? How are they presented by staff? How does staff and the board relate? How do we relate to the public? Because without seeing that for yourselves, at best, you're getting anecdotal information. More often than not, it's second, third, and fourth hand, and then your occasional next door. I won't tell you my opinion of those situations. So we have our combined November, December meeting tomorrow. God bless staff who put together this phenomenal, large agenda for us. And you're all very welcome. It should be an interesting variety of cases. The only thing I would ask, please don't anybody expect to be on the agenda. We have 30 cases and several talking points. It's going to be a long evening, but I hope to see you guys there. Thanks.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor, and Village Manager, Barbara Watts, 720 Northeast 118th Street, and I'm wearing two hats tonight. First, I come to you as a member of the Arts and Culture Advisory Board, and I've given you the handout. What we want to do is schedule our events most of our events for the coming year, and I've provided you with the dates of them and the amount of time that we would need for either using the log cabin or the rec center. In short, they are the early morning bird watch, which Commissioner Kennedy is organizing, but the Arts Board is going to have a plant sale at the rec center, and we'd like to do it in front of the handball court where with the bird mural. And so we'd like perhaps access, because if the bird walk, I'm not going to be there because I won't get up that early, but it starts at 6:30, and maybe we would love it if the rec center could be open for those who want to use the facilities before then. We'll have yet a second of our evening with in February, and Paul George, the well-known Miami historian, will come to speak with us a second time. He was here 13 years ago on one of our anniversaries, and that I'm sure will be very popular. He's a great speaker. Many people in Biscayne Park have had classes with him when he was teaching at Miami-Dade. Then we'll have our annual Earth Hour on the 23rd with a return of Matthew Sabatella and the Ringling String Band. And our sort of signature piece on April 13th, Jazz Fest. So I think that's self-explanatory, but I would like the fees for the log cabin and the rec center for these events, whichever they will be using. I would appreciate it. We would request that you waive those fees. Right. And also I want to second what Janie said something, but I wish more of you would attend our events. Last month's Evening with Architects was absolutely fascinating. You may have looked at Nextdoor because Commissioner Kennedy posted some of the things that Professor Stewart, John Stewart, an architect and architectural historian from FIU, he had mined the databases on Biscayne Park and found things that I hadn't found of newspaper clippings and things about city planning and our original planning board that designated certain zones for duplexes and such like that. And it was a fascinating talk. And so I'd love to see you at some of our other events. So now I'm putting on my
30 seconds.
now I'm putting on my Barbara Watts hat, resident. Okay, just two things. I noticed on the agenda 9D, you are renewing the contract to have the freebie done for the resolution. And just one thing I was wondering, I don't know who made up the map for the freebie and how far it extends, but a couple of other people in addition to myself, I've used it several times when my car was hit and I didn't have transportation, went to Aldi's and such. Wonderful. But there are a lot of
And that's
other
time.
cases. Okay, when if you could let it be at 1 more mile or 10 more blocks, you could get to all of the automobile repair places that people can't get to, and it would be much more useful. Even if we could just pay a little extra to the driver, that would be wonderful.
15
All right,
over.
there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and turn it over to Zoom. Do we have any comments on Zoom? If you do, please just raise your hand and you will be unmuted for public comment.
Doesn't look like there's anything on Zoom.
Jonathan, if I may, Maud here, who lives on 9th Avenue, I was speaking with her today. She just texted me her comments. She's here. She has 3 little kids she's trying to deal with, and she asked if we could have her comments read into record. I just emailed them to you, Pamela, if you wouldn't mind reading her comments into record.
Perfect.
You see the email? You can read it off my phone if you want.
A few weeks back, I drove to the park with my 3 young kids. Even though I live less than 2 blocks away from the park, the reason, the stress due to heavy and reckless traffic on 9th Avenue. Whether it is the daily school bus at 6 a.m. or drivers cutting through the village, more and more drivers are disregarding the safety of walkers and or driving at a speed that is not reasonable and are thus endangering us walkers. I understand this is a topic that has been discussed in the past and will be discussed today again. But I do want to call out the need for action now. Everything that is or will be discussed may take months to implement. So what are some of the low-hanging fruit initiatives, quick wins we could deploy in the very near future to mitigate and deter drivers to cut through the village? We need a short-term roadmap action plan. Security should be our number one priority as we are a family-friendly neighborhood. Thank you for working diligently on that topic. Maud, I can't pronounce the last.
I can't either.
11 BOISACQ 11001 Northeast 9th Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so having concluded our public comments, at this time, we will open for commission reply to comments. Are there any at this time? No? Okay,
Anyone else? I have a couple of things.
sure.
So Chris, David comes here every month and asks about the drain schedule. Where do we stand on that, please?
We're in the process of-
Drain cleaning schedule, I'm sorry.
We are trying to determine what the frequency should be, whether that's quarterly, whether that's 6 months. The challenge that we're having is the drains that we've inspected aren't filled. It's the impression that they're filled with dirt is not typically the case in what we've seen so far. So that's what's kind of set us back a little bit. We are still working on that. Once we determine the frequency, then I'll be able to come to the board with the contract and the recommendations.
And the drains that you inspected, are they the, what I'll call the old drains or the
Correct.
new drains or both?
Both.
Because they do hold water. I know when you look into them, they're holding water while the water,
Yep.
goes back down through the bottom. Okay, so you're working on something and you'll come back to us with a plan and we'll have to approve some spend there. Okay,
Correct.
very good. So David, keep us on our toes, please. I don't know, to Barbara's point, I don't know how the freebie map could be addressed, but maybe that's something you could look at, Chris. When I spoke with Maud, I hope you heard your comments being read. She specifically wants speed bumps on 9th Avenue. And I'd like to make a motion to waive the fees for all of the board, the arts board events that they presented to us tonight.
Okay, we have a motion to waive those fees as addressed by Barbara in the handout that she provided to us. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Waived. Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have any other public reply to
I
comment?
just wanted to say something real quick.
Sure.
Another thing that David mentioned, which was the ability of people being able to talk about ordinances because they don't want to sit here for 7 hours listening to a meeting. So I think it is important that if they're not going to be here for an ordinance, that they're allowed to speak on it. Again, we have to be here for as long as we have to be, but a lot of residents don't want to sit here through this meeting for 5-6 hours. So I think if we're gonna enforce this new Robert's rules and whatever his name is, then that we allow for residents that are not going to be here for an ordinance to speak on it. That's, yeah, no, I know, definitely not a law.
Look, we're not the city of New York, right? We're the village of Biscayne Park. So I think we can be a little easier and a little loose around the edges on some things. So I agree with Arlen.
Okay. All right, so then let's go ahead and move on to our reports. And we will start with our manager report. I know, Chris, you provided your report ahead of time, but is there anything else that you wanted to bring up or discuss at this time?
Just a couple of topics I want to touch on. The report was emailed to everyone. It is also available on the website. It includes information that we've tweaked the reports a little bit for the different departments. Parks and Rec, for example, the new information they're providing is the names of programs and the number of participants so that we can track that to see what that does on a month-to-month basis. The police department and code have both reduced the number of data points that they're providing while still providing the basic information that we need. The reason that was done is because all of that record keeping was done manually. They actually had to look through spreadsheets, look through Word documents, look through ticket books to find all those citations and violations. So We tried to pare it back, like I said, while still giving you the same information. Just a couple of other quick things I wanted to touch on. The mobile app and communications, these are items 2 and 3 in the manager's report. We've had 3 demos from 3 different companies for our mobile app. The recommendations that we're looking at actually include the ability to do workflow management. So residents using the app could report issues. Those issues would come in directly to the appropriate person, whether that's a specific code officer or a department such as Public Works. And we will, for the first time, be able to track metrics. So we will know how many are coming in from where on what, how long it takes to respond, how long it takes to close out. We can start quantifying some of the complaints and issues that are being reported. In addition to that, so that's all falling within the additional budget that was granted for communications. In addition to that, in communications, I'm currently working on several options to decrease our costs. We had TV services at Parks and Rec, Village Hall, I believe the police department, and we were paying an arm and a leg through Comcast for those services. All of our department heads have said that they don't need television. So we're working on some different options, digital TV antennas, Amazon Fire Sticks, so that we can still access important information in the event of an emergency, but we're not paying for those full services on a monthly basis. One other thing I wanted to highlight was my meeting with CAP. So CAP is our contractor for building and code services. The idea that I presented to CAP and that I will be bringing to the commission for your approval is taking 100% of building to CAP. The current arrangement is we keep 25% of building specific permit fees and give 75% to CAP. In exchange, we actually use those funds to pay for our building clerk, who's from CAP. So what we're looking at doing is just completely outsourcing 100% of building to CAP. All the 100% of those fees go to CAP, and they fund the building clerk that sits in our office. Staffing wouldn't change. We'd still be working with the same people in the building department. So we'll still be able to deliver that high level of service. The second half of that is bringing code fully in-house and taking that piece from CAP. Instead of paying them to supply the director, which is currently Doreen, we would find that person in-house through our own advertising and pay that person in-house. The reason I don't have this yet for the commission, I was hoping to have it by this month, but it's not. I need to triple check the numbers. The initial analysis shows that doing this will actually decrease what we pay to CAP by about $12,000 a year. So even bringing code inside, delivering the better service by having a full-time code director. Doreen's only part-time right now. Having a full-time code director, and we're going to be saving some money on top of it. So my plan is next month to have that come to you because it'll be an amendment to the existing contract just to get your approval on that.
See a question about that?
Yeah.
So the building department, I'm going to think about this some more, and I might have other questions for you privately later. But we have one code person who's full-time, a clerk full-time, and then I thought you were hiring another person that would be half building, half code.
Correct.
How would that be paid for?
That's later on this agenda.
So it would not be part of the building fund being completely outsourced? Because that person's was going to be our employee, I thought.
Yes and no. The building clerk, she is the one that handles the questions about the applications, questions about permits, routes, all that sort of stuff. That is its own position that would be handled by building. So the 50-50 is what Raphael currently or did prior to his appointment. So we're going to still keep that. The reason we have to do that is because in-house, our code compliance and planning and design review boards need our services to prepare the agendas, put together the documentation, manage the meetings, manage the contacts and things like that. So that 50-50 position would still fund that.
So the 50-50 position remains ours and
Correct.
wholly responsible for the money there. And the full-time building person is a CAP person.
Correct.
Who sits in these meetings for planning board?
Our person.
Our person. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Manager?
That's it. Thank you.
I have another quick question for him before we're done, unrelated to that. Winterfest. I haven't heard anything about Winterfest. It just occurred to me today. I haven't gotten an email. It's not on the calendar. Is it happening this year?
I just saw communication late last week that we are doing it December 16th. So
Under, but then I never.
yeah, we'll be putting that out this week.
Okay, because, yeah, is that a week from this Sunday? It's a week from Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Notification did go out on, I believe, Nextdoor and Facebook already, but we'll be getting it on the
Oh, if
the
it did, I
website.
didn't see it on next. Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. Let's move on to our village attorney report. Anything to report? Okay. Easy. All right, so let's go ahead and go to commission reports. Any commissioner like to provide an update or report?
Well, I don't have a report. I would just ask a couple questions to Chris, if I may. Specific to the report, is there a way we can include that moving forward in the agendas? We used to have it when it's just a click away. To be honest with you, I was navigating trying to find it since it's not an attachment. It's just pasted on the email. I think it would be beneficial if you incorporate it on the agendas for easy access. And then I had a couple of questions in terms of the storm. Are there any damages to equipment? Is there anything in particular you foresee in terms of budget needs because of the storm management? I know the chipper was not enough. I know that there were certain constraints in terms of what the team had to do with the tools.
Yeah, and we are still working on that final report to present to the commission. The just kind of the high level overview. Our chipper was nowhere near enough to handle
Yeah.
the situation. So in those situations, we need to outsource that, or we would need to purchase an industrial quality chipper. And that's going to be included in the report, trying to figure out what those two cost options would be. Our other option is to do nothing, but I don't know that we can do that. In terms of other equipment, this is part of the larger conversation with the drain cleaning company to see if there's regular maintenance that we can do.
Yeah.
Whether that looks like flushing or something, we don't know yet.
Okay.
I think overall, we fared extremely well. We had the 3 to 4 significantly flooded areas, which is far less than we've had in the past. The area that surprised me was the area to the south and east of the park that has our highest density of new and old drains. And they despite having, I think there's a dozen total, it just couldn't keep up.
Okay.
As far as the other equipment, we had all the small hand tools we need. We had the chainsaws and hauling equipment and things like that. The only other recommendation that I'm going to be making is a different solution for the little John Deere tractor that we have.
Okay.
It was not enough to be able to handle some of the large branches down. It wouldn't be enough to move around sandbags if we need to do that. So we're still looking at what those options will be.
So also the reason I ask is we used to have the budget attached, which to be honest with you was a lot of numbers. I would appreciate it if it's just a summary highlights on, what happened month to month that you want to talk about. But to that point, also looking long term, since you already recognizes there are going to be changes, how is that affecting kind of the domino of the budget moving forward? Because we're discussing positions coming in, we're discussing, I know there are different departments, but at the end of the day, it all kind of piles to the same budget. I know you shared with me, it's kind of a maze for me to go through, and I would appreciate more the highlights of top level of guys, we need to keep an eye here, here, and here, and why.
Yeah, this will be my first report to the commission on something like this. The way I put these together is the first page or perhaps 2 is high level. This is what we experienced. These are what my quick recommendations are. And they'll have the pricing. Then if you want to get additional detail, we'll have the full breakdown of how we came to those conclusions.
Perfect. Then the other thing related to storm, we did have a lot of back and forth with some residents, at least myself, I know you did as well, regarding the damage that was done, but also the claw and the claw use within the contract of the garbage and how it was expected right before Thanksgiving for it to happen. And we talked about our limitations in terms of what we can in the contract, also how we're put in a list. What can we learn from here that we can apply next? Because there were 2 points here. One was the current contract with the vendor, And the other was communication out there, explaining what to expect right before,
Yep.
especially Thanksgiving.
So our current contract, specifies piles under 2 yards, must be picked up manually. Piles over 2 yards can use the claw. So when we have a major incident or a major storm with tons of debris, they bring in the claw. And at that point, we look at managing the damage caused by it. From the perspective of how quickly we got services, we were dealing with a holiday week after a major storm. We don't have our own service. We contract with an outside vendor. So they have not just Biscayne Park. I don't know who all Great Waste services, but there are additional municipalities. So the frustrating part for us was we wanted everything cleaned up immediately. And just because of the limitation of equipment and staff post-storm with the holiday, we just didn't have the ability to do it. So we tried to manage as best we can. The solution to that is going to be spending several $1 million on our own trash company, or increasing the types of services, or looking at increasing the types of services or requirements that we put into the next RFP for trash services. So the unfortunate thing is we are a pretty small fish when it comes to things like this, a major regional disaster. They have to first take care of the state and county-owned roads so that we can move supplies and we can move emergency vehicles. Once those are done, then they can start focusing on the smaller municipalities.
So I think to the point is maybe back to the budget is having those buffers in place so that then when a storm of this size and kind of surprises us this way, we can act and call for help.
Yeah, and that's one of the frequent comments or requests or complaints I heard was we weren't bringing in the pump trucks, the back trucks.
Yes.
We certainly could have. It would have taken about 1,000 loads. We had, I forget how many millions of gallons of water over the acres that were underwater. So when you look at the cost effectiveness of that, it would have completely blown apart our budget. And essentially it would be removing the water that would actually be building right back in again because we were still dealing with us being in the low spot.
Got it. I have on your comments related to your code report. The 600 cases that were kind of staggered, I guess, over time were resolved. So that seems to be a little bit of a release finally on the team. I'm wondering, are Fridays are still being off limits on the afternoons needed? And when do you make an evaluation of that?
We've made great progress. We currently have only 31 open cases. My plan was to revisit the staffing needs from the code and building department once we get all the positions in place. As of right now, I don't know how much of the extra work is due to us needing to have no contact on Fridays, or if it's because we don't have the bodies in the seats.
Got it.
So we'll be able to make that decision. I'm hoping shortly after we fill both positions.
The reason I say too, and I wanted to highlight, I have received comments about answering phones or, stacked phone machines that don't even allow you to leave messages anymore. And I think that raising concern to that is, well, if I go on Friday and it's closed, then what do I do? So I can't talk to someone, no one picks the phone, and I can't go to the office. So when I see that at some point we're kind of putting our heads above the water a little bit, this is a good opportunity to hear you out in terms of what the plan is to reassess if that's needed, especially when there's service concerns from residents.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, so maybe something, we're talking December, you let us know by the evaluation time, you have 2 months. When are these positions to be filled in?
We will sign the agreement to bring bring a full-time code director in. We'll sign that agreement with your approval in January.
Yeah.
So I'd anticipate by February that person would be in the seat. With the board's approval tonight for the additional position, we'll be able to post that. I would anticipate with the end of the year and holidays, I wouldn't anticipate getting anything done this year. So we'll be looking at January, February.
Maybe we can just make that note, discuss then when you have everybody in with the.
Yep, absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I have just a quick question for Mac. Mac, in the last couple of years,
Yeah.
that this ethics training thing that we have to do, weren't we doing that?
Yeah, I emailed Chris
Audible?
about that today. I didn't have time today to look back through. We were able to do it online for free. It was a 4-hour video that we watched.
Right, and then we would report,
Simply emailed the clerk that we had watched it.
exactly.
Yeah.
So has that changed?
No, that hasn't changed, but I sent you guys an email today in reference to the Form 6 now that will need to be done. so
Right.
You can kind of get a feel for that. That's an addition.
That's something separate altogether, but the ethics training, we were able to do online with the video.
Here, I have to check because there's the county one, once you've done it.
Yep.
And you're in office, you're good. The state, I think, has to be done.
Every year. Right.
So I
And
would-
there was some video that someone had, it was the oddest thing, because actually there's no video, it's an audio that.
That's
you
an audio.
listen to, Yeah,
Yep.
on Zoom. It's on YouTube.
Mhm.
And all we had to do was watch it for 4 hours
Say that.
and then just send an email to the clerk saying I completed it at this time on this day,
Right.
and we were done for another year.
I would caution you, you can get the training wherever,
Mhm.
however.
Yeah.
But I would just caution you, someone who will give you a certificate stating that you done it.
Understood. I'm just telling you what we were told before, Pamela. And we did that for the past,
That's
what,
okay.
3 years,
Yeah.
Art, I want to
Yeah,
say?
yeah, yeah.
That's.
And,
What I'm saying is that's okay if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
A lot of times if something should, God forbid, come up, you would want to have some type of verification from another source stating that
I
you did
understand.
it versus.
We were
you didn't.
told that our email to the clerk was all the verification we would need. So we might want to look into that a little bit further, because that's what we did before.
Yeah.
It was easy breezy. It didn't cost money. I personally can't go down to Coral Gables and sit in a 5-hour meeting in the middle of a workday. So that's not an option for
Half
me.
hour here, an hour there.
Yeah, the state offers the 4-hour online for free. There's.
Yeah, Exactly. That's what it was. It wasn't even an online thing. It was just an audio thing.
So we'll do some digging on that. In the 30 minutes I had to research it this afternoon, I was
You know,
able
it
to
came up
find
last second, I know.
I don't remember if it was FIU, whoever that was through. So we will do more digging and let you know.
Can I ask if any of you are receiving League League of Cities emails, invitations? I'm not for some reason. I used to.
I would take that personally.
I would. Oh, no, but I used to, and I would say the last couple of months, and then I met a commissioner by chance, another city, and they're like, "Oh, we didn't see you in the last meeting." I'm like, "Oh, funny." I
Florida
didn't
League
get the
or
invitation."
Miami-Dade, because there's Florida League.
Right.
there's County.
Florida League is never in person. It's almost never down here. I know the deadline for this next one coming up is
Who's sending it to you?
Miami-Dade County League of Cities. It's that bellsouth.net account.
It's in-
Just ask. I'll figure it out, but I
No,
just wanted to
I
make
can
sure it
check
was,
for you. I can-
it's just personal.
It's a simple check. I can
Okay.
check for you and if
That's
you're
fine.
not there, add you. If you're there, let you know.
Thank you.
Check your spam.
And then the last thing, today, the FWC delivered, I don't know if you guys got a chance to see it, but they delivered some big no wake manatee zone signs finally. After about a year, talking to these people, they came through and they delivered. So the city, we are going to install them on the bridges. And hopefully that will deter some of the speeding and, smashing into manatees in the canals. So
That's great.
Awesome.
Awesome, Art.
I really only have one minor thing to add. I know we talked about the Tallahassee thing,
Yes.
recently, and I was at, I met and had, breakfast with Mayor Weinberg up in Aventura and went to one of their, what's basically their Chamber of Commerce. It's Aventura Business Council. And both he, Representative, Senator Jason Pizzo, they all said the same thing. You gotta go. When I spoke to Senator Pizzo, he said, we gotta get you guys offset. But he said, you gotta come. So surprisingly, well, I guess not surprisingly, they're all kind of echoing that sentiment.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, at the business council meeting, I had no less than 4 electeds from other, not all electeds, 4 people from other municipalities come up and say that we are still known for not speeding through this neighborhood. I know we talked about that at a previous meeting, and the reputation is still out there. It was actually kind of nice to hear.
So is there any timing in terms of when it's recommended that we're there and?
I was told January.
Okay.
But it's my understanding there's also that Dade Days coming up in Tallahassee.
Yeah.
And I was told to stay away during Dade Days because you will never get FaceTime with anyone or anybody during that time. So
So maybe we should communicate with our
Before Day
lobbyists
Day.
about the best time to get there. And if we're going to have a presence up there, which is a fabulous idea, Jonathan, I would like to think that the commission could have a conversation about it. So as a group, we decide with one voice what it is we want to ask for, discuss. So it's being presented rather than one person's like, well, I'm the only one who could come, so I want,
yeah, or just everybody,
Yeah.
we're saying everybody the same thing. Yeah. No,
exactly.
that's-
So this
Exactly.
will be with David Caserta. And then would he be the one to kind of formulate and enumerate all the things that, I mean, he's been doing it so far with nobody accompanying him. So, right?
He would make the introductions and things as well.
Correct. So I guess it would be, Mr. Manager in this case to ask David Caserta, what was he planning to already kind of come across or bring for this meetings, representing us? And then, I don't know at what point though, we're gonna have the chance to add anything as a group, because if this is in January, we won't have the chance to do that. But maybe there is an opportunity for us individually to highlight those things that we think are important, and then,
I know, I don't know when exactly, which Tuesday we're meeting in January. It's early.
Yeah.
But, I would have to imagine it would probably be after our
I would think
meeting.
we could get that done at the
I would think
January
so.
meeting.
Yeah, I would think so.
Gets changed because it's on
Yeah.
January 2nd right now.
yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
And
that,
we have that added to we'd agreed tonight to add that to the agenda for January.
there you
So
go.
to your point, Vero, we all show up with our ducks in a row and we can make it a quick conversation.
And I think David should already have, right, a draft of it. He presented in December last year, if I'm not mistaken. So
Mm.
hopefully in the same kind of tone, we can
Yeah.
add our stuff.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's important.
Great point.
Okay, other than that, to your point, Commissioner, you were talking a lot about the storm and kind of our efforts and everything. There were a couple points, but I think if we're getting a post-op, so to speak, then I'll wait to review that first.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a
But-
lot to put into it.
But sharing some really good information with Mayor Nickerson in El Portal, since we're kind of similarly situated, size-wise, resident-wise, resource-wise. We were in communication quite a bit, so, he had some good ideas to add to that, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good, awesome.
So if there's nothing else for our reports for now,
I didn't get a chance.
oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner, I
Um,
apologize.
I know I'm sitting here all quietly waiting until the end, seeing who crosses other stuff off. Okay, so a couple of things I want to discuss very quickly. To the point about the storm cleanup, I just want to be clear about a couple of things. Respectfully, I'm going to say these things because it's my job to say them. The holiday schedule had nothing to do with the cleanup. Our waste vendor works on Thanksgiving. I think they only don't work one day. Is it Christmas and New Year's Day? Are those the 2 days? Christmas Day is the only day they don't work. So the holiday had nothing to do with our cleanup. So that being thrown into the conversation doesn't really work. And I want to make sure we're separating this claw conversation properly, because Chris sent an email to us the other day and I had a conversation with him about it afterwards, that the information in the email was not completely accurate. I want to make sure everyone's very clear on the use of the claw. He said it properly tonight, Chris. I appreciate you correcting it tonight on record. But the claw on a regular basis is to be used to pick up all the regular piles of yard debris that are 2 cubic yards and smaller. That has been abundantly clear since the day Art and I approved this contract. It was a huge source of contention. It was something 2 cubic yards or smaller. Or I'm sorry, larger, I'm sorry, 2 cubic yards or larger. Everything under 2 cubic yards is to be picked up manually. It's in our contract. It says manually. We put an RFP out that said manually. Contractors bid on manual. If we had wanted the claw to be used on a regular basis, we would have included that in the RFP. We probably would have gotten better pricing and more proposals. So I want to make sure everyone's very clear. The claw is not to be used on a regular basis. That's what's happening, Chris. It's not a matter of the storm cleanup and oversized piles. We know that's going to happen. Or if someone requests a pickup of oversized items or appliances. That's when it's supposed to be pulled out and used. But on a regular basis, that claw is being used. And this was my fear with the new manager, new public works person, and this vendor who has already wanted to like kind of change the way things operate after we approved a contract with them. And some of them are previous manager approved, and I wasn't happy about that then. But the claw is not to be used on a regular basis to pick up yard debris piles that are of the proper size. And it's happening on a very regular basis. They're damaging property, driveways, swales. They've brought down utility lines using the claw when they shouldn't have. One day I was coming in from a red eye, coming in from the airport, and was stuck behind the claw as it was banging into a wire. And I'm like, I couldn't get my video on. I was half asleep. I couldn't get my video on to record it. But that's the problem with the claw. It's not storm cleanup. And by the way, that wasn't a major event. It may have felt like it for a second. Trust me, that's not a major event, Chris. God hoping you never deal with a major event. But that claw is not to be used on a regular basis. I see them picking up bags of garbage off the ground. Regular bags of garbage, using the claw to pick them up and throw them in the back of the truck. That is not how this is to be. We're not getting the service we provide when they do that. We're paying for manual service. Okay. And that means we're not getting what we pay for. And not that it matters, but I'll just let you know, they damaged my driveway last week. So that when this was all swirling around, I wasn't in town, and I came back from a trip and got out of an Uber, and I'm like, and there it is, so now they got my driveway too. Driveway, pavers can't be replaced, sod can. I mean, they can be replaced. I'm not replacing them. So I just want to be really clear on this, and I'm harping on it because it's important, guys, that you need to understand, because some of you weren't commissioners when we approved this contract, and we saw information in an email that I don't think was completely accurate. So I want you to understand when the clause to be used and when the clause not to be used, and the fact that every time they do it inappropriately, we're not getting the service that we pay for. And this vendor has done some other things that are not giving us the service that we pay for.
Good question.
Yeah, certainly.
It's to the attorney. So the clause, did I misread this, Chris, on your email? You were saying that nothing prevents the vendor for using the clause in the contract?
So the clarification that we got was on piles under 2 cubic yards.
Yeah.
It has to be a manual pickup. Piles over 2 cubic yards, the vendor can do whatever the heck it wants. So the claw.
But not under.
Some of the complaint, that's what I just said, under 2 cubic yards, it's manual. So that's the clarification that we got. Many of the complaints that were coming in were about piles over 2 cubic yards. And that's where some of the confusion was coming in, because we cannot tell them if it's over 2 cubic yards, you have to do it manual. We can only do that for under 2 cubic yards. And that's what our public works director is in the process of doing right now. And to that point, document. Anytime we have issues, photos, that would be awesome, because that gives us something to go back to the vendor and say, here's the proof.
I'd like to just make a recommendation, everyone, if I might. I know there's probably a lot of questions that we want to kind of talk about with respect to the level of service that we're getting from the vendor. And it sounds like contractual intent and instruction. So, right now, since we're on our reports, I think the best way to do this might be to recommend that we put a discussion item on the next agenda, and in the interim, ask our attorney if he might take a look at the contract for us to give his interpretation.
Fair enough, but I just want to read, Chris, I'm sorry if this is upsetting you and you sound a little frustrated there in your response, but this is what you wrote to us in an email. The Public Works Director and I have reviewed the contract regarding the solid waste contract. We do not have the ability to limit the use of the claw. The contract sets the minimum of manually collecting up to 2 cubic yards per week, but does not specify any additional limitations. If not using a clause of importance to the commission, we can add that to the request for the proposal when the current contract is up. So I just want to make, we're all clear now that 2 cubic yards and smaller, it's manual. They use their hands to pick it up. And everyone needs to be clear on that, because that's what's not happening. And that's what people are complaining about. It's one of the biggest complaints I get. I've turned it into the unofficial complaint department. I have like 6 emails in here I haven't even responded to yet from people about that very topic. A regular sized pile on a regular pickup day, nothing to do with this recent storm event. And the clause being used to pick up my trash bags. So I just am making sure that the manager is clear and that he makes his public works director clear of what is and is not happening with this vendor, because managing this relationship is really important. We're paying a lot of money for this. Let me move on. And I'm gonna say this, I feel like the bad guy often, but whatever. Respectfully to you guys, my colleagues up here, I'm gonna say this because I need to say this because we all want to run better meetings. We've had a lot of conversation recently in the past couple of months about running more efficient meetings and making the meetings shorter and ways we can do this. We're coming off of the November meeting, guys. We had a 4-hour meeting and 2 hours of it was spent on one topic. And half of that 2 hours was spent on public comment. I'm going to guess half the people here aren't residents of Biscayne Park. Of course, they're still allowed to come and comment on the business of the village of Biscayne Park. The point is that they were all riled up. They showed up in great numbers. God bless. You know, I love engagement, as much as an ex-guy. I'm begged for it practically. But they came here and shared lots of information that had zero to do with the topic that was on the agenda. So that's what wasted our time. We spent an hour on public comment. Most of that was based on nothing that had anything to do with the topic that was on our agenda. And then when we got to the topic, we did it again for another hour and 20 minutes. So I think we just all need to be very mindful of that. We also had people going over the time limit. We already discussed that. But if we're going to complain about the meetings being inefficient and taking too long, let's make sure we're all doing what we can to make that not happen. Because we lost a half a meeting, and how many things got pushed forward to this meeting as a result, and we won't get to some of them tonight, I'm sure, again. So that's my comment on that. But not that I would ever discourage engagement in our meetings, because God knows I love it. Just that.
All right, do we have any other commissioner reports at this time? Oh, hearing none. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to our amended consent agenda, which removed item 9A and added the resolution for vice mayor. Do I have a motion to approve the amended consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
And second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay. Consent. Yes, okay,
Just needed to know so I could put it in the resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry.
got it, okay.
Art, unless you want to extend your tenure, you sure? Because I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. All right, so the amended consent agenda passes, and that brings us into our resolutions, which will begin with, I'm sorry, ordinances. Ordinances. Item 10. Okay, so first up is 10A, ordinance number 2023-14. Mr. Attorney, would you please read the ordinance for us?
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending fiscal year 2023-2024 budget ordinance number 2023-11 to transfer funds from the village's administration general fund to the code enforcement general fund, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this ordinance item? Seeing none. Okay, do we have a motion and a second to approve this ordinance?
Motion to approve.
And second? Okay. Do we have any discussion topics for this ordinance?
I have a quick question. Brad, did anything change at all from first to second reading? I read through it again. I didn't see anything. Nothing changed. And I have no other questions or comments.
Okay, any others? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll for this one?
Mayor Groh,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez, Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
The item passes 4-0.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, before we jump in. Nope, go right ahead, sir.
No.
I just wanted to double check. What all did we remove from the consent agenda?
9A.
Well, we moved to 9.
So we still need to approve the consent agenda.
We approved.
We pulled 9A, but we approved it without 9A.
Right, but 9A was pulled for discussion.
Right.
We're
down to
moving it down to
resolution.
resolutions.
Right, which is after our ordinance.
You would do the resolution.
We do ordinances before resolutions, don't we?
That's the way that I have it.
Okay, that's fine. Never mind.
Okay,
Sorry, one other quick question. We do have a representative from our grant writers here in the cabin. If we are going to be having that discussion after ordinances, would it be appropriate to ask the commission if they have questions for him while he's here? It was on the consent agenda.
yeah.
I didn't have any questions for him anyway. I was happy.
Anybody has any questions? If not,
Great job.
yes, it's there.
The easiest one you've done for a while?
All set?
Yes.
Okay, all right, great. So let's go ahead and move on to our next ordinance item, which is 10B, ordinance 2023-15A. Mr. Attorney, could you please read this one for us?
One moment. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending section 19.1.2 definitions, section 19.1.4 application for vacation rental license, and section 19.1.15 penalties and enforcement of chapter 19 vacation rental license program to include the licensing and registration of vacation rentals that do not require a state license or an open and active account with the Miami-Dade tax collector, and clarifying the circumstances in which a license may be suspended or revoked, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager, I know you had a line item here. Is there anything that you wanted to introduce along with this item?
The purpose of this ordinance, and correct me if I'm mistaken, is basically defining a room, rented room, as not having to go through the vacation rental process. And the rest of these items are a mashup from a few other conversations we've had at past meetings. While we were looking at amending the vacation rentals ordinance, other comments had come up about offensive noise, additional comments, additional things that we would like to see included within this ordinance. So it was decided, I think it was the last meeting, decided at the last meeting to include those as backup for this particular ordinance.
Please.
Please.
Okay, does that complete the item for you?
Absolutely. Thank you for rescuing me on that one.
Okay, great. All right, do we have any public comment from anyone that has not provided public comment for this item yet?
It's still in my head. Janie Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. First of all, thank you all so much for moving so quickly to address the hosted room issue, because it's just becoming, at every meeting, we'd have several that would have to be legally dismissed, and it's nice to get that tied up now. Much appreciated. Just to quickly reiterate some of the comments I made last month when this was on the agenda in Chris's discussion points. Not sure exactly what he's referencing with the advertising, but there is that clause in the ordinance that says advertising of a short-term rental, if you do not have a license, constitutes a violation. And I believe that critical to stay there, because once you've advertised, no matter what, how many people have come in front of us saying, oh, but I'm just testing the waters. Oh, but I don't have availability. But you have the intent and the ability to rent, and you eliminate that clause, you're going to have a free-for-all that there's just no way code could possibly stay on top of. Another thing that's going to sound a little odd, he's asking to have a rolling 12-month expiration versus everything expiring at the same time. But landlord permits and occupational licenses all expire at the same time, not necessarily on that same month, but once a year. My concern, if you start to treat one differently, it's just going to be so easy for a few licenses here and there to fall through the cracks, versus if staff knows this month they all have to be tackled, notices have to go out, follow-up has to happen. It just seems, knowing how things tend to happen, that would be a lot smoother. And the only other thing is, there's a comment about advising occupants of noise, et cetera, and it says, consider changing this to village and county noise ordinances are enforced. Renters will be cited. I believe that would be owners, because we don't normally cite renters since they come and go, especially in this. But anyway, thank you again, guys, for moving that quickly.
Before we move on, could I ask, Chris, could you address the part that Jenny brought up about the rolling renewals?
What questions do you have?
Well, why is this one to be handled differently than the other kinds of renewals? They're all, if I understand, what are the other two renewals that we have? The rental and occupational. They all renew at the same time, don't they? So once a year, a letter goes out to everybody saying it's due. So your staff does it one time a year for each of those other two. I don't know when they are, but that's my understanding of how it always worked. Is that correct, Linda? Is that something you work on? But this would be based on their renewal date. Is that correct?
Correct.
And why that choice?
Labor management.
Seeing it sounds contrary to me, because it seems to me if your staff only has to do it one time a year, it's all done at one time. That sounds less labor intensive than renewing them. They'd be renewing the possibility of them be renewing throughout the year, which also worries me that it would open the door for something to be forgotten and missed. Remembering January 18th every year, we renew these things, get them all renewed. Sounds to me as a manager easier than who's renewing this week, make sure we get that done this week. Then staff will be doing it constantly. It seems contrary to being efficient.
So this is pulling on my years of experience. If all we did was these landlord permits, having them all due at the same time would be an awesome way to do that. However, to focus strictly on the occupancy permits and the landlord permits and the short-term rental permits, to focus on getting all of those done at the same time.
I mean, no, I don't mean. all
I'm
at the same
explaining,
time.
I'm just explaining why you asked why I brought this up, and this is my
No,
explanation.
but I think you misunderstood me. I didn't suggest that all three of those should be done at the same time. I'm saying the short-term rental would be done one time.
Those are,
Like the other two are done one time.
those are three examples. Because they're all done all at once. So the theory behind that is by spreading it out over the course of a year, we don't have to have that all hands on deck for 3, 4, 5 days, whatever it is, while we get through this process. And the other reason that I recommended it was if our homeowners start renting out a month before the license expires, they pay for that 1 month plus the next year. So it's just a different way of looking at it. I honestly don't care either way on this. This was brought up as a possible improvement, so I'm throwing it out to the commission as something to consider. You're certainly more than welcome to say, nope, we're gonna keep doing it, everything all at once, and we'll make that work. You're also more than welcome to say, nope, let's go ahead and spread it out, we'll make that work. So whatever you guys want to do.
Well, I don't know that need to be involved in the day-to-day. I was just asking to understand why you chose to do it that way, because it seems like more work to me, quite frankly. Because when do occupational licenses renew? Linda? Yeah. So they renew on October 1. On October 1. And then so one of them is October and one's January, and it's sort of, having that space. I'm not here, I don't want to make a decision that Chris should do it that way. I was just curious why it's done. Here's what I will say, Chris. This village, you didn't work here, but this village has a history of letting lots of things slip between the cracks. We forget, we don't renew, we don't get things on an agenda, we don't renew a contract, we don't get paperwork to the county. We have a history of messing things like that up. I don't want to mess this one up. So if you're going to choose to do it that way, as far as I'm concerned, that's your decision. We'll be watching to make sure it gets done, because I don't want these slipping between the cracks and all of a sudden we have unlicensed short-term rentals in the village.
Chris, so these are all your recommendations in yellow, is that correct? On the document?
Recommendations are things to consider that would make.
Got it. And so specifically to the one we're talking, is this coming from someone from staff besides yourself?
Yeah, I have asked the staff and all departments to come out with recommendations that would make
Yeah, okay.
business sense from their perspective.
Take a quick time out here. I don't mean to interrupt your stream of conscience here, but we're still in public comment. I don't know that there's any other public comment right now. It doesn't look it. So I want to let you continue, but we're going to move past public comment. I'd just like a first and a second so we can get to discussion if we can.
First for what? She still has comments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'll show you.
Linda Dillon, 712 115th Street. As far as the recommendation of making the permits rolling, I would beg you to not do it that way. Only from the experience that I've had as a volunteer, we have residents that even though the permit was due January 1st, they are still coming in April, May, June, and whatever. We send them past due notices for them to come into compliance most of the time that they do. If it's on a rolling basis, it's just too difficult to track who is due when, and it's much more work for us, I believe.
Thank you. Okay, now seeing no more public comment. Again, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt your thought process there. Do we have a first and a second to approve the ordinance?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second? Okay, go back to discussion. Commissioner, again, I apologize. Go ahead.
No, please. I mean, sorry, I'm confused. I thought we were discussing. So I just wanted to understand, Chris, so your recommendations are the ones highlighted in yellow in the different areas. So I would agree. For me, this is more how you manage the staff and the recommendations that you get within staff to get here. I leave that 100% on you. That consider advertising with no availability, is this prohibited? That's a question you have in there. I didn't understand what you meant by that.
The way it is currently written, advertising is a violation,
Yes.
whether or not there's occupancy. So, the situation that came up that we're trying to deal with is somebody who had their home advertised, forgot about it, didn't book anything, but that would be a violation. So my question, this is simply a question to the commission saying, what is the violation? Is it advertising and we keep it as it is? Or is the violation actually renting, in which case we'd have to change it? So this was just a discussion point.
If memory serves, when we did this, Vero, oh my God, I just drew a blank. Valerie, oh my God, it's terrible. Valerie picked that up from the city of Miami Beach. Is that correct?
I'm not sure where, if I may, Mr. Mayor, please, 'cause I can address this.
Okay.
So the section that the manager is referring to, it's the advertising of a unit for rent or the advertisement for rent of if that, and assuming that unit is unlicensed, what that is it's permitted to be used as evidence that the unit is being offered for rent.
If
And
it doesn't
it's
have a
not licensed.
license, yeah.
So
said it was-
it's not necessarily the advertisement itself that is, you're penalizing or citing, penalizing is the wrong word, citing the homeowner for.
Yeah.
At the time that they go before the board to contest their citation, the board can consider the fact that they've been advertising this unit for rental as evidence that they are renting the unit out unlicensed.
Okay.
That is not a
Obviously-
violation. It's evidence of a
Of a
violation.
violation. It's a piece of evidence. It can be used. It gives, and it goes further. It actually creates a rebuttable presumption that location is being rented. Now, to the manager's point, and this is really would be a matter of evidence and a matter of consideration for the board's ultimate decision. If somebody were to come in and go, look, I haven't rented the place out for 6 months. I totally forgot. I paid for a year of advertising and totally forgot. And they can support the fact that they have not rented the place out and they're no longer renting the place out. Then I would suspect if that swayed the board, then the board would find that there was no violation.
Still leaves it up to the board. It's just one of the pieces of evidence that they consider.
It is a piece of evidence, correct?
I'm completely in
And-
support of keeping that in there.
And if I just may address something that both Commissioner Amsler and Commissioner Kennedy were stating before. This, and I'm not suggesting that you should do a rolling registration date or not, but just so everybody's aware, the ordinance requires, specifically states that the license expires on September 30th and it has to be renewed annually. So there was a comment that was made, well, that's the way the manager's business and let him run his department, how he runs it. He cannot do that because
Got
the
it.
ordinance specifically states
As the mall expires.
this is when it expires and it renews it.
So rolling is not possible anyway, is what you're saying.
Well, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying it would require an amendment to the ordinance
Right.
to do that.
Well, the way it's written, it wouldn't support that. Got it. Okay.
Right.
But it's not within his authorities because you were kind of suggesting
Understood.
it's his authority to run.
So I think, in my case at least, I think it's still his authority. Would he need and conceive that that's the best way to go to present to us that there would need an amendment to the current ordinance, the limits as the date to September 3rd, right? So,
What he was doing.
yeah. And well, so I continue with that's what I'm saying. I'm staying the same in the sense of it's for him to decide whatever is best based on the workload of the employees. Right?
But if he wants to do that, then you're saying you would support amending this thing.
I would support he coming to us, asking for the amendment.
Well, we would have to do that now.
Okay,
I think
It's in there. We have to do
the
it.
manager speak for himself. I think he's asking
and now,
No.
that be included in this second. This is a second
Mm.
reading of the ordinance. This ordinance is already passed first read.
true.
So it can be passed, there can be certain amendments to it. And certain amendments would have to come back at a later time.
So in that case,
Quite frankly, I would think that now that I'm just saying that out loud
yeah,
and processing, apologize, you're having, listen to how I think. It's kind of scary.
that's fine.
That would, based on the title of the ordinance change, I think that would be something that
It will have to come
wasn't
back.
properly advertised.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, so in my case, I think because we're discussing it now to this level, I would keep it the way we've already approved it. Should there be a need because of a staff, realizing there's too much work and we need to revise it in any way, then we can do that after. Right? So at this,
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, I understood.
Thanks.
I got it.
all right, okay. Closing on that. And then so there's two comments, consider advertising availability, I'm missing one.
Down at the bottom on two more.
Can we include code violation and listen in this chapter?
And that's all we've
Yes.
Done that.
Consider
Well,
12 Mile Road
Pass it on second read.
Here.
That is done.
and consider changing this to village and county noise ordinance are enforced. Renters will be cited for noise that disturbs the peace or something similar.
You've already included the village ordinance. And
Yeah.
the village ordinance is, if I remember correctly, I believe is identical. to the
Yes.
county ordinance. So
Yes.
There's really no reason to reference. Well,
Okay.
could amend that.
And then there's one more, how does this work with code, appealing a code? But that's already been taken in consideration. The last one as well. All these comments at the end of the day.
Well,
That's what it's been, that's what's currently written on the ordinance that we are approving.
depending on what they're appealing, there's different appellate processes, but yes.
This, just to give you context, this was brought about, let me just reread here just to make sure.
Yeah.
If the manager makes a decision to suspend or not renew, that would then, the appeal would be heard by the commission.
Mm-hmm.
If they're appealing a code decision, that happens at the code board. So this kind of ties into, if you look farther down, the the 5 green shalls and mays. In my opinion, we should get clear direction from the commission on what shall and how do I say this?
I think we fixed it. Let me go back, because
Yeah.
I believe we
I
fixed
thought
it.
we
Okay.
fixed all of them. There wasn't anything to fix, we determined.
Well, there was, if I remember correctly, give me a moment. Right, so, suspension for section 19.1.15 of penalties and enforcement, subsection C states that the village manager shall suspend. And then, in subsection D of that same section, E2, it says that the shall revoke. So there is no discretion in the manager.
Okay.
So if the manager finds that those violations occurred within the time period described in the ordinance, he will either, he's required to suspend or revoke, depending on the time frames. And then the only appeal that that homeowner would have is
You
the
come to us.
commission, and that's a quasi judicial.
Okay, I think we have the guidance that we need. What other, do we have other? comments?
Yeah, I have a number of things I want to discuss. Okay.
Sure.
So I think, Jonathan, we might want to just run down through all these yellow notes and make sure we're all in agreement because, this is it.
Yeah, let's do it.
So the first one is regarding considering advertising with no availability. I am in support of keeping it in there the way it is, that advertising is evidence of a violation.
I'm in favor of that as well.
Same.
Guys?
Okay.
Okay, good. So there's that one. The note, Brad, about can we include code violations not listed in this chapter, that was already done, right?
As it relates to trash.
Mhm.
Correct. So we scooped it all up to make sure it's all in there in relation to those two topics. Okay. And I have a question about that I'll come back to. The rolling 12-month period, well, if there's a date in there that date certain that it happens, then I suppose we need to, I mean, I was saying, well, let Chris do what he wants to do, but I don't want to change this thing at this point. So I think we should keep it. We should say not rolling, that it's an annual renewal. So we don't have to change this at this point, because that will bog up this whole thing. You guys agree with that? Art's nodding his head. Jonathan?
Good.
Arrow, you're good? Okay. The trash not placed anywhere other than the approved location, that's been included, Brad? There's language here that's highlighted in yellow that Chris questioned. He's asking about including verbiage on the notice that trash may not be placed anywhere other than the approved location.
That's in the ordinance, not what did I put in? I would have to go back to 6.3. Give me a moment. See exactly what.
It's about the notice that goes inside that tells them when the trash goes out, and include in that, Chris. Chris, I don't know if you're suggesting or if you're just pointing out that this would be a place to add it if we wanted to, but regardless, I think it should be added.
There's a,
Yeah, this is an action verb, so my intent is to suggest we do this.
I think we should do it.
I agree.
Yep. Art, Vero?
I know, Brad, you're in the middle of looking at something.
I'm trying to see, because we reference your code section 6.3.
Right.
And my question that I have, and I'm trying to see, is whether or not that's addressed in 6.3.
Even if it is, by including this,
Yes, because that would be a violation of.
well, can we just, if it is included in that, can't we just match the language?
I'm just trying to figure out how we're amending.
I'm not trying to rush you. I'm just thinking,
No, that's fine.
if it's not included in there, we can include it. If it is included there, we can just match the verbiage.
It's the language. Yeah.
You're asking,
It's 19.1.10, standards and requirements for vacation rentals, subsection C. It's on page 4 of 8.
we're gonna add,
Can we do it this way, Brad? Can we just say that
it's gonna add that one,
add
that.
but with that caveat that if it's already included in the section that we're referencing, we don't want to conflict.
Well, it will not conflict, but,
I think that's all we need.
notice of the location of the trash storage containers. And rules for collection shall be posted inside the rental unit. Said notice shall include language stating that the trash may not be placed anywhere other than the approved location.
Just for our own sense of security, before we include that language, would you be able to confirm for us that it's consistent with the section that it's referencing?
That's what I'm looking for right now.
So I'm going to ask
Oh.
this question while he's looking. Is this about,
So so I'm looking at 6.3.2, which is your solid waste ordinance. And it says garbage cans and trash receptacles must be placed behind the face of the building and screened from view except when properly placed out for pickup. So
Can you just include that language?
I can, but it's duplicitous in the sense that if a homeowner's violating where the trash cans are being left. So let's say they're being left out in the front yard by their renters. That is a citation that could be given to the homeowner for a violation of your code.
Right.
If they have, because remember, we're not citing separately the homeowner for a trash violation because you're operating a short-term rental. What we've done is we've taken the violations of trash, solid waste, excuse me, and noise, and said that if you violate those ordinances that already exist, if you do them a specific number of time within a designated period,
That's why it's,
you are subject to having your license either suspended or revoked. So you can't, because you can't cite them separately for a quote unquote, short-term rental owner violating the trash ordinance. You already have a provision.
already have a
that says
trash
that.
ordinance.
So there's really no reason,
But
I would suggest there's really no reason to put it in there.
Well,
because
I don't mean to interrupt you. I apologize, but I think I'm looking at this and I'm interpreting it a different way in that this is notice shall be posted inside the vacation rental advising the renters that they are to comply with this provision.
Okay,
So I'm looking at it a little differently, I think, that
See,
they
it
have to have-
sounds like then you're almost allowing the short-term renter to determine where the trash cans should go when they're not out on the street at that point.
Well, I think it's more just, it's more just putting the owner on notice that you have to advise or you have to notify your renters that this is the way that it works. And there has to be notice posted inside the rental. So I'm looking at it two different ways. Yeah, if they don't do it, then you're citing them for violation of that provision that you just discussed. But this is just saying you have to post a notice within the rental that these are the rules. And if they don't have it inside, it's a notice issue. If they don't have it inside, then they're not notifying their renters and they're in violation. I see it as two
I
separate
can
things.
put it in there. I still think it's duplicitous because the homeowner has to follow. So this says is notice of the location of the trash storage containers and rules for collection shall be posted inside the rental. Okay, so that puts the obligation on the home property owner to put their renters on notice as to where the cans should be. What puts the property owner on notice as to where the can should be is
our code.
6.3.2 B, which says that the garbage cans and trash.
Right, this
So
is
I-
just putting the onus on the owner to make
Yeah.
sure that the renter is aware of it.
What if it was this simple? What if it just, I understand where Jonathan's coming from. Notice of the location of the trash storage containers and notice of the location of the trash storage containers
I'll be posted.
per Biscayne Park
Yes.
trash ordinance 6.3, da, da, da.
was gonna
Just
say-
drop it right there because that makes them follow that rule. So it's saying the owner has to let them know where the trash cans are and those trash cans have to follow our code. And then it continues
I
on.
was gonna suggest just reference the code section. Right. Makes it, I can do that.
Okay. The next thing is, the next yellow section is, Chris wrote, consider changing this to village and county noise ordinances are enforced. Renters will be cited for noise that disturbs the peace or something similar. We took care of that.
We've taken care of it as to the fact that I don't know that your code allows you to enforce against a renter, because what happens if the renter doesn't pay? Renter's gone. So you give the renter a notice of violation for violating your code. They go back to wherever they came from. And how do you enforce that?
Right. So this is where Janie brought up the fact that it should be the owner should be cited.
Which is what it is, which is the way
Right.
your code is structured. So your code enforcement officers would see a trash can after collection hour, after
is
collection
noise.
days, sitting in the front yard. Your code enforcement would cite the property owner. And if the property owner says, well, that was my renter who did it, well, you're responsible for your renters.
And we can do the same thing with noise, is what you're saying.
Correct.
This is,
Noise is coming from their residents, they're responsible.
It's-
So I guess the best example is you throw a party at your house
Oh.
and one of your guests is boisterous and loud and disturbing your neighbors.
Right.
Code enforcement to come and give
I
a
get
code
it.
enforcement to your guest.
Okay.
There's no way to enforce it.
so it will not reference renters in this.
Right,
I think what he's,
it's unenforced.
yeah.
Right.
Right. And he says that the code is already set up to cite the owners for violation of noise ordinances. So
But I thought, I'm sorry.
I would say further additions through this is unnecessary and unenforceable.
Yeah, it's unenforceable. Okay. But going back to what is there, it says a statement advising the occupant that any noise between the hours of 11 and 7, blah, blah, blah. But 100 feet, prima facie evidence, all of that. But we have an ordinance that says any noise that is continuous, and Chris, I think attached it here as well. Any noise that basically is obnoxious can be cited. So this is very specific to noise heard more than 100 feet away between these hours. But we do have a noise ordinance, Chris, don't we, that says you just can't be noisy and be bothering people to an unreasonable degree anytime.
Correct. We've, since the original recommendations, we've had many conversations about this. We've changed police department internal policy. So the original understanding was that we couldn't enforce unless it was between 11 and 7 and at least 100 feet. We received clarification. We can enforce at any time. I'm not even going to pretend to understand prima facie evidence to be able to explain it, but we can enforce this at any time.
So might I make a recommendation here then to amend E sub 1 sub C to just simply restate that provision? And we just copy and paste it and drop it in to say the notice basically just has to track the language of the code, therefore they're fully informed that it's enforceable at any time. Would that make more sense?
But see, it's not in what we're actually going to vote on tonight. It's not in the ordinance.
Yeah, this would have to come back.
It's not detailed in there at all. If you look at what the document we're all looking at now is not what we're going to be voting on. We're voting on the ordinance and it's not in there at all. So if we want it in there, we need to add it.
But if it's on second reading and we're saying we're passing it on second reading, add some of these changes, can't we just say, all right, take this out and just swap in?
These are gonna have to come back because they're not properly noticed. The changes of the ordinance are dealing just with the licensing. The ordinance deals with just the licensing issue with regards to hosted rentals.
Not the noise and,
Also incorporating both noise and solid waste violations as grounds for suspension. Is what the issues were that when we initiated
right.
the ordinance change, those were the issues that was the guidance that
Right, but we're not changing that because it's just simply referencing if you have multiple violations of these things, it's not making separate rules for these places. It's just referencing our existing rules.
But my point is to change these notice requirements, even the one that we've agreed to with regards to noise. I'm sorry, with regards to the location of the trash bins, it would have to come back to you on a new first read, on a new ordinance change.
so let me just try and cut to the chase then, if I might. Is there anything that we can pass absent the changes that we're talking about making right now this evening? Or does this have to come back because we're making substantive changes to the notice provision?
These changes that you're asking for now would have to come back on a first read.
Can I ask you this very quickly? Can we make the changes and approve them on second reading here tonight and then bring these notice changes back to us again? So we can get something done this evening and then.
Yeah, so what I would suggest you do, if you're in agreement with the ordinance as it's changed, as it relates to the topics that the direction I was given and the manager was given, we pass it on second read, and then we can bring it back to you on a new first read with these changes. And you would vote again, first read, second read, it passes.
Well, then then I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
So what would be the things that come back to us?
Well, so far I have the trash and incorporating 6.3.2 as to in the notice as to a location. The second I have, which is going to be taking a little bit of time to figure out exactly how to do that, is to incorporate in the posting requirement of the vacation rental information, which is on page 5 of 8 of the document we're looking at, subsection E, to reword E1C so that it incorporates your entire ordinance 10.1. Although all of it really needs to be in there, but we could leave it because some of it deals with horns and signaling devices,
We will leave that in your very capable hands then.
radios, televisions, phonographs, which, does anybody have a phonograph?
Yeah, good question.
I think they're coming back.
I know. Animals and
Station machine, right?
animals and birds, hawkers and peddlers, and then other noises.
So that's two items.
Can I add something before we move forward? Knowing that it's gonna come back, can I ask a question related to the stock? Is there any, to the houses that we have in stock for short-term rental? I heard there are some restrictions in other cities related to the available stock that a city can put in place under short-term. Is it true? Not Florida only?
They're doing it, they're violating state preemption law.
It's not in Florida, so that's why it could be just us.
Okay.
Reading about New York City and I think LA, there are a lot of Paris,
So
they're
The
coming.
Florida legislature preempted regulation of short-term rentals to the extent that you cannot eliminate them or limit the numbers of them. You can
Got it.
regulate their usage,
Yeah, but not.
regulate the nuisances, but you cannot limit the number and or ban them altogether.
Jonathan, can we get through the rest of these? Because I have my actual comments.
Yeah, I'd like Brad to opine on whether these need to come back to us or not, because I know we already have two with trash and noise. So Brad, what were the other ones?
Well, then there was the appeals. It's on page 7 of 8.
Okay,
That was clarified.
That was clarified, so we're good with that.
okay.
And then the shells and the maze are all good.
Well, some of them are dealing with the suspensions. We did not. And I just realized there's a typo in the ordinance. I just want to bring so that
Okay.
that's this problem. I can look at these additional, actually, no, I think these are, if they're not, I can bring it back. Well, actually, these can be dealt. But let me just look at go back to the ordinance.
Talking about the shells and the maze
Yes,
and the green highlighting.
because those are dealing with suspensions.
That
Which
was
is-
noticed for this evening, wasn't it?
Yes.
Suspension and revocation.
I just don't have enough screens right now.
While he's looking at that, my original intention and the original reason I brought this up was basically asking, should these all be shalls?
Say that again?
Should all of the green highlighted areas under subsection C and D be shall rather than?
So
some-
shall means it's a requirement and may means it's at his discretion.
Right.
I think the suspension and revocation should be shells. The may regarding if someone has willfully withheld or falsified any information. Saying if we change that, he'll have to refuse to issue or renew a license if someone withheld information or falsified something. I think at that point, if they get busted, I'm okay with the manager using his discretion to move forward because
Yeah, which is that Sub-
number
C3?
number D1. Yeah,
Okay, what about,
the one above it, so that's just my personal opinion. I'm okay with that one staying his discretion. The one above it is someone who's been operating an unlicensed vacation rental in violation. I think that's a whole different animal. That's someone who went out and rented it, they did it in violation of it. Unless you're gonna say that would be people who didn't know, new people who had never done it before, they were new at the rental game and they kind of screwed up.
If he denies the application, then they can come to us and they complete their case.
No, that's for a suspension or revocation. This is not
this is
issuing.
not a suspension, this is a refusal.
This is a refuse to issue. Yeah.
What's their recourse, Brad? Is it court?
I'm okay with, I think 2 and 2 should remain shall. I think 3 should change from may to shall, and D1 should be, could stay as a may. That's my opinion.
Really the
So
only
it'd be
one that
shall,
you-
shall, may, shall.
right, the only one that you're recommending changing is D1.
Yeah. No,
I'm sorry, C3,
C3.
C3.
D3.
Subject to Brad's interpretation and approval, I wouldn't have any issue with it.
Art, Farrell?
Yeah.
C3 is the only one to change.
Well, C3 and D1, same.
D1 stays. C3 is the only one that's changing. It's flipping from may to shall.
Just
Correct.
Okay, so now Jonathan, back to my actual,
Well-
I wanted to run through them, but, oh, do you want to?
Before you do that, can I just bring some, because it's just something I noticed. And I'll take it on this. So the ord. Give me 1 second, I got so many screens open. There we go. So actually, to the manager's point, in 19.1.15, and I'm talking about the ordinance that is before you. There's a typo. Let's see. No, I'm missing. Okay, so no, it's actually D. No, okay, that's correct. It is shall. We did not change the one where the manager may refuse to issue a renewal license. That's his discretion. No, it's in there.
Okay. Commissioner Kane?
Okay, so here are my comments. 19, if you look at 19.1.15 and you compare C1 to D2. C regards this, I'm not talking into my mic, sorry. C regards the suspension of a license. D regards the revocation of a license. Two separate topics. Let's look at D first. D2 says, and I'm paraphrasing here, but D2 says that the manager shall revoke a license upon the fifth adjudication of a combination of noise, parking, or solid waste, those three items. But if you look up at C1, suspension, the number is 3, and it only references solid waste and, where is it? It says section 6.3 or 10.1. 6.3 is solid waste and 10.1 is noise. Parking is not in there. So we're saying you can suspend a license after 3 violations of parking or trash violations of trashing or park rules, but you can revoke it after 5 of parking, trash, and noise. Parking is under revocation, but it's not under suspension. It's not included. So if we want these things to be the same, we either need to add parking to the suspension section or we need to remove parking from the revocation section. And here's the kicker, guys. The parking, if you go down to revocation and read what it actually says, it says the 1, 2, 3, 4th line down. With a parking violation where such parking violation occurred on the vacation rental property. So think about that, a parking violation on the property. That would be parking in the front yard, not parking on the driveway. Would that also include parking on the swale, which we allow now, but swales are something else we're going to discuss. And if we were to change that rule, we'd want it to reflect, right? What if they park on the median in front of that house? That car that belongs to that vacation renter is now parked in the median in public space. The way this is written, if we decide to keep parking in there, it's very specific to parking on the property, but not adjacent to the property. The swale is not the property, and if we were to limit parking on swales, we'd want to obviously limit it here as well. Not saying we're going to, but we'd want the language to pick up. And it doesn't address medians at all. And there are vacation rentals that face medians that have no parking signs. It's a sticky thing. But the first thing we need to discuss the fact that suspensions are only trash and noise, and revocation is trash, noise, and parking. Am I right, Brad? Okay. So what do we do? We have to
Brad,
untangle that.
Brad, can I ask you if there's any specific reason for the non-congruous language between the two? Okay, one other thing that, can I ask you, if we were to, could we amend D2 to say where such parking violation, basically, I'm not saying it correctly, but parking violation under the Biscayne Park Code.
So it would capture wherever they
Right,
park.
can we broaden that and still be enforceable? That way, we're not just saying on the property, we're saying you got to park pursuant to the way all of our residents park. Is it too broad?
We also have issues with vacation.
You can cite the owner and.
Revoking. Yeah. Right. Took place on the property. On the property.
But let me ask you this, Brad, nothing would stop us from a double citation, right? If we were to say parking violation with respect to the Biscayne Park Code, you could, if they park in the median, you cite the vehicle owner for parking in the median, and then you also cite the property owner for having their renter violate the code.
Oh, right.
Exactly. That would be code or police's. We also have the real example of what's actually happening is they're parking on neighbors' front yards.
Well, that's what I'm asking is if we were to broaden it in such a way that if they're violating the parking code anywhere in the village, assuming you can make the connection, you can do a double citation without an issue. Because it seems like if I've got a renter that's parking in the median, that should also fall on the property owner for that renter.
But can you hold the property owner responsible for things outside of their property?
Yeah.
So, if they decide they want to park in the middle of the street, how is that the property's owner responsibility? Now, I can control what happens on my property in theory, but outside of my property, I don't know how you do it. I don't think that makes any sense. Yeah. Right. That would apply directly to the vehicle owner. That wouldn't apply necessarily to the property owner. So if somebody parks in the median or somebody parks in the middle of the street, that would be a police issue. Police would come and, ticket the vehicle or tow the vehicle or whatever that could. But I don't see how you can hold a property.
Well, that's a legal question. So Brad will have to tell us how that works. If there's a way that we could, I would like to attach it that way to be that rigid. But if not, I would like to at least discuss, should parking be removed from revocation or added to suspension? We have to do one or the other.
I like it being there, but as far as property related, not outside the property.
So you're saying add it to the suspension section?
Absolutely, yeah.
I agree with.
I'll agree with that for starters. Pharaoh? Okay, so we're gonna add it, Brad, to the suspension section. Now, are we gonna relate it to on the property only, or are we gonna ask Brad to come back to us? And let's assume Brad does research tomorrow and he says, oh, they sure can do that. I found whatever to support it. Would we want to do that? If we want to, let's tell him now, do it if you can, and if he can, he will, and if he can't, he won't. Well, this would be one of the things you come back to us with. I thought we could also add things to the comeback. We could add it under suspension now on property, but when you come back to us, we could do it to the add to list. So what do you guys?
The notice issues for trash and noise that you're gonna be coming back with, you'll also be coming back with a recommendation as to whether we can broaden the scope of parking beyond just the property. We gotta come, yeah, we gotta come back now. Okay. No, we're just adding.
We're gonna add it under suspension, but keep it on property. So it'll be parking on property will be added under suspension, and then
Here's another little piece of the puzzle that I'm kind of struggling with as far as citing people off property, right? So currently, if somebody has a big event and they're not a short-term rental person, right? The mayor decides he wants to have a big bash at his house and people park all over the street and park all over the medians. He doesn't get cited for that. The people get cited for that.
Yeah,
right?
right.
But we're treating them differently than we're treating private residents. And I just don't think that that's right. So I don't agree with
As
it.
you put it that way, I completely understand that.
Even if you can, for me, I don't think that that's fair. As we're treating short-term rental different than we're treating, private property owners.
And fundamentally, we're not allowed to do that, I thought.
So I'm good with, the property itself, but outside the property, you can't.
Let me ask Chris a question to that regard, because this actually happened. Chris, there were instances where there was a short-term rental, and you probably can think of which one it was, where the person next door was complaining about the renters parking in her front yard, not on her swale, like up in her front yard. Who handled that, code or police? I'm putting you on the spot to remember.
Yeah, you're putting me on the
Happened a
spot
couple
and
of
I can't
months
answer
ago.
that right now.
But could police go ticket those people for parking on someone else's yard? That's what I don't
I
want,
believe
Art.
those,
don't
I
want-
believe
don't
those
want no
people
one
can.
to be responsible.
Yeah, no, but I believe those people can actually have those cars
I
towed.
was just gonna say, can't, if I could just.
This is my property. You're parked on my property. I can have your vehicle towed. You don't belong on my property.
Actually, a Florida statute deals with it.
Okay.
Pardon? Private property.
I'll go along with Art on that.
Mr. Mayor, I'd ask if there's a
All right.
consensus.
I'll agree. So I think that gives us consensus that we don't need to have Brad come back to us with.
Yeah, don't
ending
even
the
bother.
scope.
But do add it under suspension
are
on property
We're still adding parking under
Okay.
suspension.
I
Okay.
have that. You can,
Okay.
you can pass
Put
that,
That on second reading.
pass that as amended tonight.
tonight. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I have another thing. Hold on one second. Yes, parking. Okay, okay, so in both sections, suspension and revocation, the measure that's used is within one continuous 12-month period. It's the same language in both, I believe. Under suspension, yes, it says blah, 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 in any continuous 12-month period. And under revocation, blah, 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 in any 12-month period. Continuous 12-month period. I would like to discuss with you guys, changing that, and I talked to Brad today, and we could change it on second reading this. Changing that to be 24 months instead of 12. And here's why. Think about this. Someone owns that property and they're renting it out short term. So how many renters do they have a year? 12, 20, I don't know. They have a whole bunch of renters and all these violations are piling up and it's time to suspend or eventually possibly revoke. 3 and 12 months, they're turning over people constantly. And at the 13th month, the clock resets. So they get one in January, they get one in June, and the next one's in January. They've gotten 3, but it's in 13 months, not 12. That owner is not maintaining the property properly. They don't have their manager in there or themselves in there, making sure the rules are being followed. And they basically could be violating constantly, but never hitting that mark because it's 12 months. If we extend it to 24 months, that means in a 2-year period of time, if they hit 3, they're suspended. And they hit 5 in 2 years, that's revoked. It's stricter, and I think we should do it. I talked to Brad today and he said we can, and it wouldn't even require changing anything because the title of this ordinance allows for it. So, conversation.
Can I ask a question? Mr. Attorney? If this is changed to 24 months and we currently have, I don't know the cases. If we currently have complaints on the system, this would immediately apply to those?
But it can apply
They'd
retroactively.
be grandfathered into the current 12 month.
Okay.
So what I'm suggesting, guys, bottom line is to be stricter in that regard in terms of suspending, when we suspend and when we revoke. Otherwise, it just could be like a constant stream of things. And it's not tight enough for us to really say, and look, and they'll know this as well, say, because they get a second one, they're like, one more by April of 2025 and you're suspended. 2 more and you lose your license altogether. So mind your property and your renters.
I would go with 18 months. I'm okay with 18 months. But not 24. And the reason for that is because, you know, it's hard enough to control people, and I understand. I get it, and I want to be strict with short-term rentals, as strict as we possibly can, and I agree that 12 months may be a little bit short. But 24 months, 2 years, to get those violations, you know, it's, I think that's a little bit overboard, but I would be okay with voting for 18 months.
How many cases do we have of such thing, Chris? Like, how many people are violating to the point of getting suspended for a year?
This is also new.
Just off the top of my head, I think we've only done one suspension. I would have to,
But how long have we had this ordinance?
that I don't know.
When did we start this? I can't remember. Were you guys here to vote for this?
Do
But
you know?
Code has been focusing on getting all the people with no licenses. That's been their major focus, is getting everyone licensed and finding the people who are advertising.
Well, and also keep in mind that most of these violations, or most of these potential violations, are happening at night. So who's here from code that is issuing these violations in the middle of the night?
Well, so the cops are responding to some of
My
them.
point, exactly. Nobody is. It's not happening.
This was enacted in May of 20.
That's the point.
It's only been in, we've only had this for 7 months, 6
Right.
months. Yeah. I say we tighten it up as much as we can.
Commissioner Anderson?
So this example of the year is coming from other municipalities doing it the same. Why did we agree to 12 months instead of 18 or 24?
My understanding is that when it was drafted, this time frame was consistent with several other ordinances.
Okay.
I don't know that there was.
Picked it up from other municipalities.
Yeah, to be honest with you, we don't have enough data behind the law itself that states that, you know, there's a lot of people doing this already, violating to be suspended for a year. So it's hard for me to say 18 months, 12, 24. I mean, I understand the point at the end is we want to be strict, but I think here is a big chunk of money you're missing if you have one of the short-term rentals already. And I would like to give it a try. Maybe it's something we can look into a year from now,
Our
readdress.
board chair for code would like to have a comment. I'm okay with it if you guys are.
Of course,
Yeah.
please. It doesn't sound like it's on. I don't, is
That's
it?
fun. Yeah, I can hear.
I don't think it is.
Oh.
You just have good ears, Sarah.
What's the deal with this mic? Can we put like get
Oh, it automatically
the
shuts.
backup?
Okay, let's try that one again.
Oh,
First of all, let me back up a second. I really strongly support the idea of being proactive, not reactive. And if 24 months buys you that time, because as we get to the point where licensing isn't so much the issue, the other issues start to come up, you don't know how many of these violations are going to occur. And it's just so easy on a shorter time frame for it to lop off over into the clean slate. And as far as, yes, parking violations, noise violations, no doubt a big percentage of them are going to happen at night and weekends. But code cases can be heard based on police reports. We have had police reports, ironically, on a party house or two that fed then the code violation, and we were able to hear them. So there's always a legal and proper way to handle it. I just really am big on, again, taking a more proactive stance, not waiting till, oh, wow, hey, we are seeing this big increase and now this 18 months is backfiring for us. Why not build it out? It really, there's no harm, no foul. Thanks.
Yeah, there's kind of no harm to it, and also does put people on notice right up front, especially, these people are running a business in our village, and these violations are impacting the neighbors right around them. If there's a party over on Griffin, I don't know about it until I get an email from the person who emails us all to let us know. I don't hear it, but it sure impacts the people around them. So I think anything we can do to kind of proactively, as Janie put so well, I'm hearing from Vero, she doesn't support it. I want 2 years. If there's a compromise at 18 months, at least it's getting more, at least it gets a little more teeth. So I'll be happy with settling somewhere in the middle.
Any other points to make, Commissioner Amsler?
No, I mean, for me, it's just, I was gonna suggest maybe give it 6 months and come back and revisit it if it does turn to be something that is consistent, and then we can.
I
address it.
I agree with you. I think we should revisit no matter what we do here. I think that's a very smart idea because the more data we have, the more, the more objectively we can look at it. I do feel 24 months is a little long. But I would have support for 18, but with the condition that we look at this again in 16 months, 6
Let's
months.
look at it a year from now, because that's kind of the measure we need to see.
Yeah, I just want to see, or when it went into place in May, we have a year of data, so we can check it again in May.
Oh, I see. Look back. Okay.
Right, see where it's going. Even a year, I mean, it's easy to say now, condense 12 months, say, a year's not that long. I mean, a year's a long time.
If you're the one living next door to it.
I understand and agree. So I
So
think,
can I amend my motion? Well, I guess I'm going to do it at the end.
yeah, I
I'm
would.
going to amend it. I'll do it at the very
I
end.
would agree with the vice mayor. I think we could set it at 18 months, but with Commissioner Amsler's suggestion that in May, when we have a year's worth of data, I'd like us to look at it again, because if it's nothing, then we can say we didn't need it. If it's more, we can look at it again.
Okay.
Those were, let me just look back at my notes. Those were, and I kind of feel like I should apologize. I didn't catch the incongruity there between the two sections the first time we did it, but I looked at it today and I'm like jumped out and smacked me in the face. I'm like, that's really odd. The parking being in one,
Oh.
the other. Yeah. So, those were all my comments. And
Okay.
I'll be happy to amend my motion here when it's time to vote, John.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner. So any other comments, Commissioner Amsler, Vice Mayor? No? Okay. All right, so why don't we go ahead, Commissioner, if you could amend the motion.
So I'll amend my motion, but I'm not going to mention the fact that separately Brad will be bringing other things back to us for another first reading at this on separate topics, correct?
That has nothing to do with your motion.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm going to amend my motion to pass this ordinance on second reading with the change of adding parking on the property in 19.1.15C1 under the suspension section, the same way it's worded in 19.1.15D2, the revocation section.
And the 18th month, sorry, go ahead. If you weren't finished, I apologize.
Well, that doesn't have to be in the ordinance, but we agree to do that to look at. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. And, yeah, and changing the term to 18 months in both sections, suspension and revocation. I guess we're gonna say to do a annual renewal date for all of them as opposed to a rolling. He's shaking his head no. What did I miss?
There's a shall and a shall.
Oh, and a shall, and we're gonna change a may to a shall
It is in,
pull it up right now.
The shall-
In
section, 19.1.1.15.
Yep.
3.
And then, yep, in section 19.1.15C2, I'm sorry, C3, the village manager shall refuse to issue a violation.
Okay, so we have the motion as
Renewal.
amended. Do we have a second?
Second.
And Madam Clerk, will you call the roll on this, please?
Mayor Gross,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Ambler,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
The ordinance has been adopted on second reading as amended.
I'm gonna make another motion that was the worst amended motion in the history of the Village of Biscayne Park. And I have a second on that.
We got it all there, didn't we?
We got it in, didn't we? I'm afraid it's gonna be the Frankenstein ordinance.
Perfect. All right, that's the last of our ordinances, so let's get to our resolutions, which is the only one we have this evening is the one that we pulled from consent, which was previously 9A, Resolution 2023-41. Do we have an introduction to the item?
So,
Read it into the record for us, please.
a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, establishing the regular commission meeting schedule for 2024, providing for an effective.
Okay, thank you.
I asked this to be pulled, Jonathan, because there are a couple of things in here I think that need to be discussed.
We need a motion and a second
Sorry,
first.
Motion to approve.
Motion. Second, okay.
So here's what I saw, and I'm gonna guess some of you guys saw the same thing. February date is wrong. It should be the 6th, not the 8th. There are several meetings the day after a holiday, and we typically at least discuss pushing them back another week, and those would be January, July, and September. I'm sorry, January and September are officially the day after a federal holiday. July is 4th of July week, and that's an awkward week for a lot of people with travel. It's 2 days before 4th of July. And then the November date is on the date of the federal presidential election. And our clerk is also our election supervisor, and I don't think she can serve both roles here at a meeting. And Pamela, do you have a clone? Have you cloned yourself yet? No. Oh, it sounds like maybe there is a Pamela clone.
The 5th.
So, and then also August 6th, I Googled National Night Out, and August 6th is the date of the National Night Out. I don't know if we will do our National Night Out on that national date. I think we typically do, but that one also conflicts with National Night Out. So August 6th, we got to talk about the November election, the January, July, September dates, and February, the date is incorrect. But I'm glad to see all the 6 o'clock start times. Can we please keep it at 6 o'clock, these 7 o'clock meetings?
I agree, yes.
Yes.
I was gonna ask if it's possible to move the January 2nd for the following week. Of, I believe, on the calendar,
I'm gonna be out of town,
the 9th, yes.
so if we could, I would totally support that.
And I was gonna say,
Is that-
same thing about that.
It's not
The meetings that are taking.
Okay, so it doesn't conflict.
The only one is the foundation that day for what I saw in the calendar. If they will be okay for swapping with us, then, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Doesn't conflict with any other board.
Okay,
The January 9th, we all agree on that? Yep. February, the date should be the 6th, not the 8th. The next one then is July. I'm sorry, I'm not talking to the mic. July is July 2nd, Tuesday. July 4th is a Thursday, and that's a week that is just becomes an odd week with a lot of people traveling and
we move that to the 9th, July one.
Right now is the 2nd, so yeah.
Foundation.
As long as there's no conflict.
Pushing the foundation around, I guess.
or we're giving them 7 months notice, so. You guys okay with July 9th?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, September is the day after Labor Day. September 2nd is Labor Day.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would be, if we push it back a week, that would be September 10th.
Mhm.
Foundation.
I'm okay with that as well.
Let me ask you a question, Chris, about the foundation. Can we ask them to move their meeting location to the rec center, or are we not allowed to have two public meetings at the same time? Can't have that?
Public meeting, they're private.
Oh, that's right. So we could just, instead of asking them to move their dates, we could ask them to meet at the rec center. That's easy. They can meet over at Village Hall at the conference table. Parks and Parkways used to meet there all the time. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So that's, Chris can figure that out, whatever works best.
Yeah, the one thing I don't know is their recording or Zoom or what have you, so I'll have to do some checking.
Do they record?
That's why I said I don't know. We'll have to do some
I
checking.
don't
on
think
that.
they do. I don't think they do, but Chris can figure that out. And then the last one is, November 5th is the date of the national election. I don't think we can do that. I think we have to change that one.
To the 12th.
That would be the.
Yeah.
You guys all okay with that?
God willing.
Okay.
That would be
And the
fine.
asterisks is down below need to be changed because some of them just don't, but whatever, that's a clerical, that's a typo thing. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one. August 6th, that's National Night Out, Chris. That is that's just from me Googling it. So I Googled 2024 National Night Out and it came up August 6th. Anybody want to confirm that? 2024 National?
But it's just in any case, I wouldn't mind moving it to the 13th regardless.
Yeah, I see it here, National Night Out in the USA, August 6th, 2024.
We don't want to be the only lights out on. then.
Okay,
You guys are okay?
I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
All right. So we have those noted.
Well, I'm sorry, what was August?
August
13th.
August 13.
December will be my birthday, guys. Make sure you bring cakes and gifts.
I'm putting
I
it down.
said it out loud, like I'm not allowed. Yeah,
So I think that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. We have all the changes noted. What's up? Great. I know. What's next? Okay, all right, so any other discussion? Okay, no, so, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Great, so that takes us through our resolutions, so that moves us into 12, which is old business, and our first item for old business is 12A Village Manager Evaluation. I know we have a few things on here, and I know that it looks like we have at least two different sample evaluations, so Mr. Manager, would you like to give us an introduction or provide any comment?
Yeah, 2 months away from 6 months. It's a little nuts. So what we did, for the manager evaluation, the commission is going to have to agree on the form of the evaluation. So we included Mario Diaz's 6-month evaluation. I included the Village of Biscayne Park annual employee evaluation that I'll be using for the staff. And then I believe this next one, the sample manager performance evaluation was, I can't remember who supplied that for us. So we'll have to decide on which format to use or tweak some of the existing formats, and then figure out the process.
Okay, thank you. So it's old business, so we'll just open the floor for discussion on the item.
I have a question just on the documents, Chris. Mario Diaz that has all the highlighted in yellow, I believe that's Max evaluation, right? That's the one you did to Mario, I think, some point in 2021. Got it. And then how is that different? I understand that's filled, but then there is another one that says, sample manager evaluation. Is that any different? Okay. I saw some wording in here differences, but and I read that you had two documents merged.
No, my Wi-Fi not working? The document won't open.
Mine's working.
Oh.
Slow, but I got it open.
Not working here. Let me just reopen the agenda. Okay, so.
So while that's pulling up, I'll just highlight between the other two and the annual one I will be using for village employees. The difference is the annual employee or the village annual performance review only has three categories: exceeds, meets, or does not meet expectations. The others, I think you're at a 1 to 5 rating. The other main difference is the other two are more of a corporate type performance evaluation that you would typically see. The village employee one that I'll be using for the staff is more geared towards ensuring we're living up to the mission, vision, values, strategic plan, those sorts of things.
Okay.
So, the sample one and the one I did for Mario were pretty similar, not exactly. The one that's marked sample is one that came from, I think it says it on the last page. Is that ICMA? ICMA, yeah. So that's from the Managers Association. That's the one that they provide. And that's what that's what I used to base the one I did for Mario. The issue, the reason I changed it for Mario is there were some things that weren't applicable. So I removed some things and I added some other things that I thought were important to me because the commission had not agreed as a group to all use one form. So let me preface this by saying I put this on the agenda last month and I'm glad it got kicked. I'm glad we're doing it tonight. I personally think it's important that we all evaluate him in the same, not Chris, but any manager on the same criteria. Because we have 5 people evaluating, I think that's the fairest way to kind of get an apples to apples comparison is if we're all doing it the same way. The previous commissions, to be fair and honest, did not do that. The last time around, some of the managers didn't do it at all. Whatever we decide, I hope that we can decide on something that we'll all agree to actually use. So we're all doing the exact same thing. But the blank one is from the ICMA. The other thing that I would like to talk about adding, the staff one is nice. It's more generic to a regular employee. Chris isn't a regular employee. He's the manager and he has more global responsibility. So I like the ones that are written for a manager. I would like to possibly add a section in there that relates to our strategic plan. Again, we have this document, we worked very hard on it, possibly adding a section that evaluates him based on is he following it and heading us towards, or heading us towards the goals in that strategic plan to make sure he's aligned with that as well. So he keeps his eye on that. It's our job to do that as well, obviously, but I just think as the leader of the village, it's important that he be aiming us in that direction all the time. So I'm happy with either one of these. The one I did for Mario is a little bit different, but I think they're both fine. And they're created for someone in Chris's position.
I have to say, I like, for what I read that you added, the part of communication was important. I just want to come down to that.
On
You,
the one I filled out for Mario?
yeah, you just
Yeah.
put citizen relation, where it says citizen relations,
Yep.
you put /communication.
Yes.
And I think that's good, just to kind of put everything under that umbrella. And then there is another one. I didn't understand. Staffing, it says requested engagement with staff for this section not provided. What was this? What's the hope to be filled in here with?
Well, this was a section where you are evaluating them based on their interactions with their staff. And we don't get to see his interactions with his staff. We're not privy to that. And when we use this, I asked Mario, can I go talk to your department heads or someone to have a discussion about this so I can use this section? And he said no. So that's why I didn't fill it out.
But
Same with
all these
supervision.
points I see, like there will still be an effect. For example, recruits and retains competent personnel for staff positions. Even if we weren't to speak to staff, it's something you can evaluate from just knowing people that have come, stayed, and how they feel by working in the village.
Yeah, that's why I filled out, you'll see 2 of those and some I marked NA, 3 of
Yeah.
them I marked NA.
And applies an appropriate level of supervision to improve any areas of substandard performance.
See, that again is like, it's the day-to-day supervision we're not privy to.
So I think, because I was wondering, so for me, when I was talking about specific things such as the phones not being answered, or we're talking about how to follow through the contract, making sure the vendors are put to be accountable. Those are specific things that need to come back. And I know there is some area at the bottom where you can expand, on questions and put some examples. I just would like to see, how do we define those KPIs in a way? And I don't know if that is in the evaluation to the employees, and correct me, Chris, if I'm wrong. Right now, we have your template, how you're gonna evaluate your employees
Correct.
and the village staff, but we don't have incidents on that, or are you asking us to provide you with feedback on that as well?
No, that was simply provided as additional backup.
Okay,
So you
that
understand.
we
Another
understand.
example.
Right.
Because for me, I see these annual employee performance evaluation that you have very broad, and I'm hoping, because that's what I would ask, how do I measure the impact at the end of the day?
Mhm.
And it's hard for me because it's very soft skills based. It's very generic in terms of the role, but at what level do we have the conversation of, hey, to the point of the strategic plan, but it's also for service in general, How do we make that measurement of, we really hit the ground, and what's going to be that KPI and the measurement attached to it of service level, contract follow-up, accountability to the vendors. I mean, these are the big things at the end of the day that we're talking about, and that we're going to be evaluating you at the same time. Although we're not going to make those appointments with the village staff, you're going to be doing them. They're going to be a result of how we evaluate you as well. So I'm wondering, at what point do we incorporate any of those specific?
If I may chime in on that one
course.
briefly. The challenge we have right now is that we don't have those data points. I would anticipate with the new, for example, with the new web app, where we can measure response times or measure things along those lines, we'll be able to start seeing trends. I don't have a baseline yet of what that would be, but I would anticipate by my annual, for example, we'll be able to start seeing some trends. If we're able to decrease the time of response to code violations from 3 days to 2 or something along those lines, that would, I think, show that I am properly managing the department heads, and that might be the data that you're looking for.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you 2 are discussing here. We're discussing his evaluation, not his evaluation of his staff.
I know.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was clear.
My performance is reflected in how my employees
Sure.
do their jobs. And to that point, you had said Mario did not want you reaching out to the staff. By all, from my opinion, by all means, as long as it's anonymous and I don't know who's having those responses, I would have no problem. I'd have to chat with the attorney on how to do that properly.
Oh, you mean we could,
Yeah. Okay.
are you saying we would poll, you're saying we would poll them and they could answer us anonymously, or
Well,
their responses, we wouldn't identify them in here?
Well, the attorney and I will chat about that and figure out what that would look like. I really need to get smaller shoes. I keep sticking them in my mouth.
But so yes, for me, it was about how to add those measurement points of its specifics. So the strategic plan is one of them, and it's easy just to, budget. We can see numbers and we can see percentages that you've moved over month, or, but there's more to that. And these are very soft skill based.
What about, so let's be specific here. So you agree with me to add something about the strategic plan?
I think it's.
What
a
if we
good way
add,
to
what if we
measure.
use the one that I'm looking at the one that I filled out for Mario?
Yeah.
But what if we added under policy execution, added that in there as an extra item.
Let me see, let me get to that.
It's on the second page.
Yes. So here we have implements elected body actions in accordance with the intent of council. Supports the action of the elected body, both inside and outside the organization after a decision has been reached. Understands, supports, and enforces laws, policies, and ordinances, reviews. In a way, it's stating that, right? How would you incorporate it? How would you see it? Because it implements elected body actions in accordance with intent of the council. That's kind of the plan that we would all
Well,
agree on.
this is actions that we take. That's if we give him a direction. Chris, tomorrow have the Christmas decorations put up. Did he get it done? That's an actual action that we direct. And is he implementing those actions? That's different than strategic plan. We give him direction here at these meetings as a group. We don't do it individually, but as
Yeah.
a group we do. And is he implementing what we decide here in this room? That's what that first item is when I read it. We could just add something here. The third one down, understands, supports, and enforces laws, policies, and ordinances. Those things are all very specific. But then we could say that, add language there that lead to the, the propulsion, that's a bad word, of the moving us towards in our strategic plan.
Yeah.
In alignment with our strategic plan. So enforces laws, policies, and ordinances in alignment with our strategic plan.
Yeah.
If we just add that somewhere in this section, I think it enables us to evaluate him on that topic, which I think is important.
Yes. Now, so what the evaluation will come because we just put in a number next to it. So is he moving forward the strategic plan as to, putting together a CIP, getting the approval of hiring the right vendors? I mean, a lot of goes under it, right? And I think it's fine. It's just a number. We're gonna kind of,
We're quantifying it.
this is a big thing.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, because I'm okay with the whole document. I think it's perfect as a start. We've never had one, I think, in the past, so this is great. I'm just wondering if it's missing more specific.
Okay, well then why don't we do this? I hear what you're saying. Why don't we not put it there? And if you look at what's numbered as page 78 here, under the narrative evaluation, why don't that's where you can express yourself. What
Yeah.
if we added a question there under the narrative evaluation about him working as, working in alignment with our strategic plan,
I think it's far
For
more
example,
appropriate
we can
there
do
than
like
where we.
and allow us to each add color there as we see fit.
I think it's
There you
more
go.
appropriate there than it is in just assigning a number and saying enforces laws and, with strategic plan. I don't
It-
think any sense. I think it makes more sense in a narrative.
In other words, we're not perfect yet.
No, and it gives a chance to say,
So meant to be
know
the first narrative
exactly
evaluation.
oh, what part of the strategic plan we're in. I mean, we're just gonna be launching and we'll have to evaluate them in February. So obviously not much is gonna be reflected in that.
Yep.
So we can talk about the process, putting together the agendas for the discussions, moving forward the agenda discussions to action items and so on.
Okay, I'm writing something and I'll read back to you. And this won't be great wording the first time. How does the manager work in alignment with our strategic plan and move the village towards our long-term goals? To our agreed upon long-term goals?
Sounds good to me. It's narrative, it's open. We'll have
It's wide open.
space to say as we please.
And
That is the first question.
I am, Chris, would you add anything to any of these templates that you've seen? Is there something that you feel would, we're missing and we should include in order to evaluate you properly? And fairly.
Can I get back to you on that?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
the discussion, yes. And I think it's important because at the end of the day, that, when we will have the discussion and we'll do this ourselves, but then we're gonna have an open conversation about it. I would want you to feel clear about, everything you're being evaluated here, but also understand that, well, guys, I think you're missing the point by not adding such as something, it's important to do it as well.
My ask would be, my ask would be that you decide what this format should be, what the question should be, and then I can come back to you. The challenge I have doing that right now is this document doesn't currently exist the way you're gonna have it, so I'm kind of trying to hit a moving target. I'm not sure what that.
What do you mean it doesn't exist the way we're gonna have it?
You're talking about changes to the existing,
Yeah.
to the existing document, so I need to know what is important to the commission so that I can do my job in a way that meets your expectations.
Correct.
So, and that's,
Well, okay. This is our evaluation of our manager.
Yeah.
So, and
Right.
I respect the idea of having him have some input, because I'll do the same thing when I evaluate my
Yeah.
staff. But it is ultimately our evaluation of our employee. So, let's talk about this format first, the one that's highlighted, the one that I filled out for Mario. Is there an agreement that we could use this as the base and work from that?
I would agree. I actually found it quite shocking to hear you say that not everyone used the same form before. I don't know how you can possibly do any type of.
Jonathan, there were commissioners who did no evaluation.
So
This
it's
is
a yes
this is
for me, and I
yeah,
think this is
Art,
the
are you
start
good with
point.
this? And then the only change that I've made so far, I'm making notes on it. The only change I've added so far is under narrative evaluation. I added that first question. How does the manager work in alignment with our strategic plan and move the village towards our agreed upon long-term goals? Other than that, I think this is pretty good. I'm happy with it just with that one change. That was the only thing I wanted to suggest tonight, was adding that.
So do you want to then take it and, in alignment with what Chris is mentioning, kind of remove obviously the stuff that was in the.
I'll do that. If
create
I'm
more of a
allowed to
si-
do that,
Yeah, like a template. format.
I'll go home and I will delete all my answers and I'll remove Mario's name and add Chris's name. I'll clean it up and make it a blank document, leave the instructions there, add that one narrative question and send it to Pamela and Chris.
I think that's fine. Would that address, the concern that you mentioned?
yeah, absolutely.
I'm allowed to do that, Chris? I'm allowed to sort of be the clerk, the scribe of this and send it off? Okay,
I serve at the pleasure of the commission.
you guys are cool if I do that?
I'm good with
That's
that.
all I'll do is I'll clean it up and add that one question.
I think it's fine.
Update
And
and
it's a
send.
good document to start with. I mean, it's never existed before. And then, I appreciate seeing how, again, the rest of stuff is gonna be evaluated or you're thinking about, but that was kind of my concern looking into that is like, how can I grab specifics in terms of, for example, one of the ideas I was like, is I know I'm not saying we need to do this, but I'm like, is there a survey that we can put in place for service level? You know, would people rate public works from 1 to 5? And you can throw a survey before you evaluate the whole department as a whole. Of course, you go through specific personally, but as a start point, because at some point you need a 0 to then compare to. So maybe that's not a bad idea, you know, just to contemplate surveys or even employees coming first and evaluating themselves. These are ideas I just wanted to throw at you, but my goal is in the future, we can start measuring that, how we move the service level to a better position. I am concerned when I hear the not answering of the phones or the not answering of the not being able to leave messages. I have gone through delays myself, you know, I'm still waiting some feedback on stuff. So I have a title of commissioner, you know, if it means anything. And I wonder, and I can feel the pressure from residents coming saying, hey, what's going on? And we have, you know, afternoons of Fridays, so that's why I brought it up. So I would like to measure that and be like, we're doing better. You know, we've done A, B, and C to address this. And that's why I know this is a lot to put in a document. We're not going to do it today because we'd never had it, to your point. But I wonder when you go through looking into how you're going to evaluate your employees, at what point you can add this kind of measuring levels of service. Right. I'm good.
Okay, one other thing, Jonathan, if I may?
Yeah.
Regarding when we do this, this is a big topic. I mean, he's our CEO and we're evaluating him and it's his first evaluation. It's his annual, or it's not his annual evaluation, but it's his first one. And it's setting him up for success in the second half of his first year, more or less. I think this should not be done at a regular commission meeting. I was never comfortable with that. It didn't feel like it was handled properly. When you drop it onto an agenda, there is, by nature of it being on agenda, a rush to get through everything to get to the next item. So Brad, is it a requirement that we do it at a regular commission meeting?
As opposed to a special meeting?
Yeah,
All a special meeting.
because I just hate for it to be rushed and it would be under new business. I guess we move it up to a presentation. I don't know, but invariably we're going to have ordinances and it's very important. I don't think it's fair to the employee, quite frankly, to put it in a setting where it's rushed. And I don't think it serves a great purpose. So I'm all in favor of doing a special meeting for that. And we have a meeting with Alan set on January 11th or something. So perhaps we could tag it on to that, since we'll already all be together that night. The workshop for the strategic planning priorities.
Aren't we, I thought this was set in February. No?
January.
I don't know where I saw that.
My understanding it was January.
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
No, first day was August 15th. So September, October, November, December,
Well, your 6 month, so what's the wording of that?
February.
What is the wording of it in your contract? Is it from the contract? I don't have my item here. It didn't get onto the agenda. I had that all in the agenda.
I thought it was February as well. So we're talking about the dates for Alan. Sorry, that's January.
Yeah,
Where is
I'll
it
have to review
specified?
I'll have to review the contract. I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the backup, the main document for the backup says evaluation on February 15 and the initial probationary period, so that would be the end of the 6 months. I'm not opposed in theory to doing it at a special agenda meeting. We have another monthly commission meeting before that and a meeting with Alan. So I don't know what the February meeting is gonna look like. I don't know what we're gonna end up rolling over. I think it just might be.
Suggest to maybe doing a special meeting just to talk about this. What's the format like? What was it last? So we go, it goes.
Yeah, and I forget what, I think the mayor just kind of directed people to go in whatever order she wanted us to go in, or maybe we took volunteers, Art, do you recall? But it was very exceptionally loosey-goosey, because like I said,
You didn't have a forum, right? There's no direction in how in which direction you're going.
I tried to get the commission to agree on a form and a format, and they wouldn't go for any of it. So it was Art and I came with something prepared, the other ones didn't. And we did our thing. People made some comments and that was that.
Okay, so.
And then, of course, that is an opportunity for us to discuss his compensation. And those conversations took place afterwards. Okay, as a result of all of this, somebody would say, I think I was the one that suggested Mario, we cover his insurance or something after one. So then we have that conversation. That's when we can do it. I mean, we can do it anytime, but that would be the time you would do it.
I
I wish I could find Chris's contract so we could see, because I was very sure the language said something about so many days
Yeah, I'm
prior or in
looking at it
between
now.
these dates or something. I don't have a copy of it.
While Chris is looking at that, just remember, a special meeting under your charter has to be called either by call of the mayor or upon a call of four members of the,
Right, so he could do that tonight. If we agree to it,
And-
he could call it tonight.
no less than 24 hours notice to each member in the public.
I tend to agree that I think we did that for the interviews. We held a special meeting because everybody wants to be able to have an opportunity to talk and run through it. I'm certainly not opposed to the idea. I would be interested to see where our January agendas go. I think it's probably going in that direction where we set it on special agenda. But I don't know that we need to set it tonight.
No, I don't think it needs to happen. I mean, we're gonna have January, what was it, 8? I remember the commission meeting that we agreed on.
Right, the following week.
I'm sorry, I have the information. So the village manager shall serve a 6-month probationary period, which shall commence on the effective date. And then within 30 days after the probationary period, the commission shall evaluate the performance.
Okay, so we have 30 days afterwards.
Yep. So 6 months would be up February 15th, so technically it would be till March 15th.
That gives a little bit more. So, yeah, we can define it January.
I think we just set the date, you know, because by then we'll have the form.
Set the date now?
What dates do we have for February?
I wouldn't set it now. 'cause you-
No, I mean, I'm more inclined to set it in January, I guess, but what dates would we be looking at potentially?
Well, February, we have, our commission meeting is on the sixth. We just changed it to it's on the sixth.
We'll want to, okay.
So it would have to be after February 15th and before March 15th. So it has to be in that 30-day span. Is that what you're saying, Chris?
Sorry, I was thinking of another question. What was that?
It has to be 30 days after your probation period. So it has to be between February 15th and March 15th.
Correct.
Okay, so
Is, just to make sure I'm understanding, is the meeting you're talking about to deliver it, or is this to deliberate to determine what the review should be?
no,
No, we've just decided what the review is going to be.
it would be to have an agenda just set for doing the evaluation.
Evaluation.
We deliver the evaluations.
Okay, yeah.
Because barring, I'd like to, if we, you know, we have a form, which is good. It sounds like the format will be something of the effect of each commissioner running through their evaluation, maybe asking questions or having a conversation. And then we'll have another discussion after completion of that with all commissioners having read through theirs about what are the next steps.
I might recommend this. I did this before and I was happy to do it. And I think some residents appreciated it. I submitted my evaluation before the meeting deadline, like the deadline for any meeting is 10 days prior or whatever. And it was on as a backup, so the public could see my evaluation before the meeting. I also sat down with Mario and went through it in his office before. He didn't hear it cold from me in this room. I had already gone through it with him. But it was on backup, so we can each read these before the meeting, and we don't have to go through line by line, because I don't think we need to sit here and have 5 people go through that entire document.
Oh, no.
Verbatim, but I would like to have it all on record and have a chance to digest what the evaluations say. And then we can kind of give a capsule summary, like, I'm not going to discuss this section because he's doing very well here. I want to focus more on this next section and my narratives.
That makes sense. So I think what makes sense then is Commissioner Kennedy, you're gonna go back and you're gonna finalize the form for us. We'll all take a look at it. We'll review it. We'll come back at the January meeting. We'll approve the form. I mean, we're approving the form now in concept and theory, but we can approve it and then we will begin the evaluation period. We'll approve the procedure. And then we'll set the special, what will very likely be the special agenda meeting.
And it's a usual procedure to do this in public, on a public meeting?
Yes.
Well, it has to be
Has to
public because there's no other way for all of you to get together and discuss. And
No, I mean, at the end of the day, the evaluation is individual, right?
Well, it is, but there's certain things that result from an evaluation.
To make the decisions that come after.
Benefits, so, and that's the only way for you to do that together. How else would you, the only way for you to agree to it. Like.
What I'm saying is I can evaluate, just similar to what Commissioner Lee said, I can have the document done before and have had a conversation with Chris before. I won't go through my evaluation. It would be about kind of bringing the results of the evaluation and the impacts thereafter
You
from
can have,
them.
you can have a meeting with manager at any time and do
Yeah.
your own personal evaluation and have a conversation with him about what your thoughts are about his
Yeah.
performance. You can do that at any. That formal evaluation period, the only way it's really done, the only way it's possibly able to be done is publicly. Because it's the only way you all can get together and share your thoughts about him and ultimately the conclusion about it.
And I'll just add to that and say I would gladly welcome that conversation, that performance evaluation regularly at any time, whatever works for all of you.
Yeah.
I prefer to know what you're
What's
expecting.
coming?
Where we need to go.
Yes.
I will share with you because I've been through a lot of these. Bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But generally as part of that procedure, you know, the manager is given an opportunity to speak and talk about his successes and his goals and make a presentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
So why don't we do it that way then? Why don't we have Commissioner Kenny update the format and the template for us, and we'll, when we get together in January at our meeting, we'll set the date for the.
And
fifth.
finalize a format. and-
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. So is there any other discussion items on that before we move on to 12B? Okay, hearing none. So let's move on to our discussion item 12B, the swale ordinance. Now I know, Mr. Manager, your agenda item doesn't have too much of an introduction.
Yeah, the general consensus was that we needed to discuss the swale ordinance to possibly make changes. This is apparently from way back when. I unfortunately don't have any firsthand knowledge of this, so we just included the relevant information for you.
So in which case I would certainly welcome Commissioner Kennedy or Vice Mayor Gonzalez to, you can throw that out there, to give us a little bit of intro background.
It's been so long since we started this process, I'd have to look back to see the origin of it. I know I put it on the agenda, but I think it also came from the planning board. Is that correct? Art? Because it was, the conversation was about driveways, and we allow people to develop driveway parking on the swale. And we decided at a certain point to separate the two items because they live in different places in our codes, first of all, and that the topics, while one includes one's required parking on private property, and the other one is about developing what amounts to public property. So, and they live in different parts of the code. So we separated them. We did the driveway first. We got that done. And then we moved on to the swale ordinance. One of the main reasons we addressed it was the amount of swale development taking place. That's a little editorializing. Let me restate that. It's how swales are being developed in Biscayne Park. And one of the questions was the amount that we allow of development for parking, how it's defined, the materials that are used, and then it branched off into to include other things here, mouth words that I should include, the two of you, please, to include other things like depth into the, because we have swales of varying depths. Do they need to match? It was all kinds of aesthetic concerns. Do they need to match the driveway? In other words, and then environmental impact was considered because we have, and I'll just say, this was one of the things I brought up, for example. I think Art, you were talking about this at one point as well. We have developed swales for parking that are hard surface like asphalt, and it contributes to runoff into the street. So we have flooding issues as a result of some of the swale development. And then it went from there to, well, what else is in the swales? What other items are in the swales? And we looked at the entire ordinance. So it started off specifically about the parking aspect of it. The long and short, Jonathan, is it started off with the parking aspect of it because that does need to be addressed. And it's happening, and there are material concerns in that as well. And then while we had the ordinance open, as we often do, there it is, open it up, there's Pandora's box. Now let's go through and see what else is in here. And then residents started chiming in with about all kinds of other concerns and gardening topics and other hardscaping materials, and all kinds of things got lumped into it. So there you have it.
Perfect. Okay.
So I make a motion to pass the ordinance as written.
Yeah.
No, it's nowhere near that. That was a joke.
So what is the purpose of the discussion? So what are we discussing about? Is there a recommendation on what to do?
Well, my personal recommendation is we need to open this item up, and my personal recommendation is we need to start almost from square one. Because first of all, there are three of you who are new to this, who are not involved in it at all. And it sounds like you probably aren't, aware. And I don't know how you could be made aware at this point, because it went through so many machinations to get to the point where it is. You'd have to go back and watch I'd have to go back and watch every meeting at this point. I think we need to agree to tackle this as one of the big things, as one of the priorities that we'll work on in the coming months, and to get the train out of the station, so to speak, by placing it on an agenda for a major discussion. I'm not prepared to have this discussion tonight. I did not go back through. I truly will go back through and watch those, zip through those meetings, look through all of my notes, because there's so many moving parts inside that thing. But I will emphasize that I firmly believe it has to get done. I was talking to Gage, the board chair, today, and I don't want to, put words in his mouth, but he was like, I see it's on the agenda. What's the plan? And I'm like, well, my personal preference is we kind of start from square one. He's like, yeah, you guys it has to be addressed. because they're approving these things all the time. And if we intend to do better for the parking aspect and other things in there, we need to address it.
So it was highlighted as one priorities. That's why I'm confused about, so what are we asked to do? To start from zero, looking into swales being a priority to? Because
It's an ordinance.
I know, but
Yeah.
I have not received, and I said this when we were talking about priorities. I have not received anybody or any questions or comments or concerns about swales in general.
Mhm.
So for me, it was like, I know this was a discussion in the prior.
Well, remember, it came up from the planning board because they're approving permits and they have concerns about the parking aspect of it. And then once the ordinance is opened up, then it led into all the other things in there. Have you read the ordinance or have you read that section of the code?
Yeah, I read the attachments here.
Okay.
So
Because there's all kinds of like,
when you're saying it was brought up by the planning board, when?
Mhm.
Okay,
2.5 years ago.
so it's
Yeah.
something that comes from the prior commission.
Yep.
I am trying to understand why are we discussing it as a priority?
I think I might have an answer. Maybe not as a priority, but why we're discussing why it's even here. Because I know it was being discussed, materially being discussed by the prior commission. And it just kind of disappeared
I'm sorry,
by the prior commission.
yes.
So it just kind of disappeared and fell off. And the idea was, well, things were in motion. A lot of work was done. Let's put it back on and evaluate whether this needs to go forward. The way that I'm looking at it is we do have to go back to square one. One, to your point, Commissioner Amsler, is it a priority still? And if it was coming from the planning board, then my plan would be to invite chair there to come in and provide some commentary and color
If
on
we start from square one, then we have to do that.
why we need it, why it's necessary, whatever, why it came up.
They're going to address a specific aspect of it.
Right.
That's within the greater part of the swale code.
And then the second part of that too is, I don't know when all of these things were written, but it's my expectation that a lot of it would need to be updated. Some of this may no longer. Be
That's,
so
you mean the original stuff or the changes that you see in their proposed?
both.
Both, exactly.
So,
But less of the latter and more of the former, because there's things in there you're gonna read like, why is this in here? What does this even mean? It needs it needs a significant cleaning up.
So if you're going to address this procedurally, I think it starts with, let's identify this as a priority, something that we want to address. If we get past that point, then we go to, how do we address it?
That's the plan.
What's the plan? Are the recommendations, same as the land code amendment, we get the recommendations maybe from planning, then we go with our attorney. I think there's a procedure here, and I think the procedure is first, we need to get it to a point where we have to determine if it is a priority.
It is a priority,
go
yeah.
forward with.
Now, one other thing, just to make sure you have all the sort of details on this. At a certain point, the commission instructed the then manager to stop enforcing swale violations. And while we worked on that, because we were working on something actively that we were intending to get done. And he said, we'll just we'll press pause on that until we get this done. So the board's still approving permits as the code stands. But it's the same way with driveways. At a certain point, we said, just don't go out there and enforce, we don't need the hammer coming down on people on something that we're actively working on. And we may change things that people would get cited for now, and in 3 months, it's no longer there. So we did say kind of like, okay, back off that, the same way we backed off driveways, back off swales while we work on this. So we're still kind of living under that concept.
Is that the case, Chris? So is that currently swales are not being enforced?
Well, he just said, I'm not gonna have code go after these things because you guys are working on this until you finish it up, the same way we did with driveway.
But what's happening now?
Chris may not even be aware of that.
Talking about parking on swale,
The whole swale ordinance, yeah.
you removed, you amended chapter 5, I think in January, just looking through some notes. And you removed your prohibition from parking. Sorry, you amended chapter 5, which is your transportation.
Right.
Doing the right of way. And at that time, during an amendment, you removed the prohibition from parking on swales.
We didn't have a prohibition for parking on swales.
You did. I was just looking at it. And it was removed with the intent to put it in a separate location because it really didn't belong.
Oh, because it didn't belong in there. I see what you mean.
Section of the code. And what I can read in notes from Valerie is that it just never, whatever, one reason or another, it never got back into another section of the code.
Well, because that's the first thing we did while the commission was working on it. And then there was a change of commission and we didn't pick it up and run with it because we got stuck in our own stuff. So, but we do allow parking on the swale. That's always, and Brad, that was always one of the big things. It was like, do we prohibit parking in the swales? We don't, and we were told we can't.
But to the extent we don't have code cost on anything related to ordinance as it stands right now in the code, that's being fully enforced as anything else in the code.
Short answer is yes, we're enforcing. So I was just trying to think the most common enforcement action we've taken is building materials within the swales. To the best of my knowledge,
Structures, I think.
the most common citation being written, as far as I understand it, is for putting construction materials into the swale that has to be hidden behind. There may have been some issued for boats or other unapproved vehicles in the front of the house. Those are really the only ones that we've taken enforcement action on. We don't prohibit parking in the swales. The only other swale-related issue that we currently have is obstruction of signs. There are several stop signs in the village that you can't see until you're right on top of them because of vegetation in the swale. I don't think we've taken enforcement action on those as of yet.
Okay.
So I just brought that up as just to let you guys know, we had that conversation and that was what I was still assuming was still kind of the unofficial rule of the village. So
The first question would be, is it a priority and what is the next step based on that? Right?
I think, yeah, so I think my recommendation at this time would then be to, I think a lot of this backup is kind of inapplicable to the conversation now because it's
well,
not all of it, some of it, just some of it, because some of it's maybe out of date, whatever. I think the first thing that we'd like to do, what I would like to hear is if this is coming, part of it's coming from planning board, to hear a recommendation from them as to the genesis of this. And
And they have the ability to talk related to building,
well, they did submit something, so I'm sure there's something that
but not
Engage
everything
could
we
get that.
spoke about.
that,
Or, I mean, I'm trying to understand, so is planning involved in all the recommendations that were, no,
no, it's the parking part of it.
part of it?
Yeah, the parking part.
So,
They approved parking surfaces in the swale.
and so is there an appetite for the board to readdress this as a whole? And come
This
to
board or the planning board?
the planning board?
Well, they already did, and those members, I think most of them are still there. I think they're, from my understanding, talking to Gage, and you can talk to him as well, their recommendations kind of stand, what they recommended. We also got some recommendations from sustainability and resilience in regards of water runoff and materials art. They gave us some, I remember we didn't necessarily follow what they wanted specifically, but we kind of listened to them. But planning board was specifically about approved parking on the swale, which is not village property, and that's why that's the whole, I'm sorry, it's not personal property. And Jonathan, about the kind of confusing language in some of it, our swales are not all of the same depth, and that's why there's so much confusion in there. Because the swale in front of your house, the depth from the street towards your house, there are some properties where it's as narrow as like 2 feet. And then on Griffing, Art's house is probably 30 feet. Like you look at and it's hard to see on the maps too. But if you look at a survey, you'll see where the line is between personal property and public property that faces the street. And we're not a planned community with one depth of swale. So things are written such that they may intend to prohibit or limit certain things from happening that close to the street. But at one house, it could happen 2 feet from the street, and another house, Art couldn't put it within 20 feet.
Yeah, so I think the main focus, guys, was that, we were trying to figure out you know, one of the issues that came up in these discussions was the development of the swales, right? The swales belong to the city, they don't belong to the resident, but the resident is required to maintain the swale, right? And so then this started to morph and it started to change. Initially, it was about parking surface. It was about how much of the swale could be developed for parking. Was it, you know, what percentage of the swale? And again, it had a lot has to do with how, how the swale looks, right? And if you had a corner lot, can you do one side, you can do it, and then you can do it on the other side because they're two different. Yeah, so that was that. And then there was, then it morphed into, well, you know, while we're doing that, let's talk about, you know, the issues that we're having in this community with flooding, right? So if we're allowing concrete swales and if we're allowing asphalt swales, then there's further flooding issues because there's nowhere to drain, right? So then that become, and then it morphed again, and then people started talking about, well, can we put rocks on our swale and can we put trees on our swale and is there a depth? And you know, this started changing. It started getting very complicated. I think that for the purposes of trying to get this thing moving along, I think that we should just focus, in my opinion, on the parking aspect, the development part of it, and also the resiliency part of it, where, you know, I think we should talk about, you know, because we have so many problems in our community with flooding and whatnot, what should, you know, and I think this would help the planning board, obviously, right? When they're approving these things, you know, how much of the swale can be developed, what materials can be used. Those are things that I think that we can easily, you know, address.
Parking aspect.
Yeah, and move along.
Because a lot of it is
All the other stuff
area.
that started coming out, you know,
Yep.
the trees and we already have stuff in our ordinance that addresses all that stuff. That's the part I think that we should, you know, be focused on.
Start with the parking,
Yeah,
and the parking includes materials.
correct.
That's kind of was the genesis of the whole thing, and
It just started morphing into a whole another.
well, it's because once we're in there, then we're gonna approve this thing, and all this other stuff is in here. And
Or the next generation will be talking about this still.
or if you'll recall, then one of the ways it morphed, and look, sometimes things morph for a very good reason, is because we allow parking out there on this developed property, but we also allow people to park on the swale altogether. So it's like, okay, they can develop this much as let's call it a hard surface to approve parking, right? But they can still line up cars along the swale. So if we're enabling them to line up cars along the swale, then what do these other things matter? And we have people drive through the village that you'll see swales covered with cars, you know, and how they're parking on the swales and how this impacts the private property, because we already have rules about in the driveway ordinance about the amount of the front yard that can be developed for parking. Well, some of these swales are of a depth that to park a car, to put an approved parking spot out on the swale and the car to park parallel to the street with the right amount of depth that you need, it's crossing onto private property. And now it's affecting the ratio of the approved surface for parking. That became part of the issue as well. I'll use an extreme example, 10th Avenue, they have like 2 foot wide, 2 foot deep swales, the public space. If you parked a car there, more than half the cars on private property, and now you're developing private property, and that's addressed in the driveway ordinance.
Another example is, you know, I think, what were we talking about, allowing, what was it, 40% of the swale?
The number is 40%.
Yeah, but if you have a 60-foot swale,
Exactly.
you know, it's just one giant slab of concrete, right? As opposed to if you have a small swale, right? So then,
Janie lives on 3 streets.
right, so then,
40% of 3 sides of her property. That means she could develop, we did the math, more than one entire side of her property could be asphalted.
exactly. So then we talked about maybe, should we limit it to just one vehicle?
And what would that amount be?
Exactly, right, exactly. So there are things that need to address.
So what's the main problem that we would solve first, so we want to tackle first? What's the problem? Is resiliency the problem that's, you know, overarching all of this? Is it beautification of the village?
It's overall development of the swales that belong to the city, that don't belong to the residents, and putting,
How much
Yeah.
parking's out there?
yeah, how much parking, what are we going to allow? What do we say is okay? What do we say is not okay? Those are the things that need addressing.
It's how much parking out there on the swale along the street? How much parking will we permit along the street? And how do we require or limit it to be developed?
So based on those
And
topics,
some of some of that, Vero, then brings in the resiliency conversation, like, okay, if it's this much, do we want to allow them to do asphalt? Or do we want to put restrictions in there about how it's built so the water runs off the street? Because we have places in the village where the road is shaped like this, like the road is supposed to be shaped. The water runs off the road and then you have asphalt swales on both sides that angle like this. So they literally force the water back onto the road and then you have flooding down entire streets or moving water in some places.
I think, you know, personally, what I would recommend and what I'd like to see is this sounds a lot like the land code stuff to me, that there's no one, you know, one solve or one fix because everybody's property is different. So I think, because this is older now, I think what I would recommend is that we reach out to resiliency and we reach out to planning and we ask for recommendations, official recommendations. And in the meantime, while they're developing recommendations on how to approach these kind of three key issues, which was the genesis of this whole thing, parking development, resiliency. We can kind of conduct our own personal investigation as to need. Because like you mentioned, you know, you're not hearing too much about it, but if we're going to be putting it back on the agenda, we may start hearing more about it.
And then once you start looking inside code, then you're going to look at it and go, that, why isn't this in here? Why is that in there? Because then you start dissecting it, like the way we were just looking at the code for short-term rentals. It's like, okay, we're in here fixing something, and there are other things in here we need to address. Because when you're in there, then you do them.
And when we get to that portion, if and when we get to that portion, we're getting recommendations from legal, then I think, you know, we can address those things, but I'm kind of trying not to put the cart before the horse.
Yep.
Like to just start with that, say, if we can get an agreement on getting a recommendation from planning and resiliency as to the need, their opinion on need and their perspective on what can be done, then that gives us a starting place, because I really don't see much of a starting place, you know, just kind of bringing the old stuff back in the dead. So that would be my recommendation if everyone would be okay with that.
Good.
So what,
They already have, I mean, they already
already
sent-
gave it.
now it may have changed. No, it was 2 years ago.
Sure.
They may have something they've added or something they want to take it away, but I know that they already, put their recommendations in.
they did, and we have them somewhere.
should be easy.
Maybe what we should do is send them back to them and say, you want to update these? If you do, get them back to us before our February meeting. We're not
That's
going to
fine.
get it done for January. Get it done, you know, update these or send them back and say, our recommendations stand.
Because this information, this also may change based on the land code changes that we just made too. There may be an effect there, but that's once we get to illegal, I think. So I think that's a good start, and then we can kind of make a determination at that time.
February, have another conversation about it. Okay, we have their recommendations. Where do we go?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm gonna kind of warn you guys, it's a thing to wrangle. It's when you get your nose in there, you're gonna be like cross-eyed in certain places. No, really, because you're gonna look, it's kind of like land development code, you know, V2. There you go. Okay.
Okay, so I think that's a plan. Sounds like we have a consensus for it. And we'll look forward to seeing it again with some recommendations. So that concludes 12B for now. So let's go ahead and move on to our 13 new business, which we have 3 items. 13A can join 13B and C and then D. So let's go ahead and just start with 13A. And I know Commissioner Kennedy, this was your item. So
I will make this super quick, guys. So MLK Day of Service, we're all familiar with that, I hope. Did my backup make it onto this agenda? Yes. It did.
Yep.
Did it?
I saw it.
No, it did not. Why isn't my backup on?
Is there any more backup than just, there was just one page and I thought that this was the entirety of the
Oh,
backup.
that's not it. Okay, so I'll just kind of, I have it in front of me. I'll kind of encapsulate it for you. So MLK Junior Day is a federal holiday. It's an official day of service and celebration of a civil rights leaders' life and legacy. And what they call it is a day on, not a day off. So it's not supposed to be a day we all take off from work and go to the beach. It's a day on where we're supposed to volunteer for our community. That was the whole reason for the holiday. in past years, we've recognized the holiday and there have been some casual attempts to sort of get something sponsored by the village. But I'm asking us to have a conversation about, coming up with ways that people or the ways that the village could organize something or that we could recommend that people to do. So the least impact would be we come up with a list of things that we think would be great for village people to do to help Biscayne Park as a service opportunity. In a bigger way, it would be formalized. We're gonna promote a canal cleanup kind of a thing like Art has organized in the past. Or somewhere in the middle. But I'd hate for this day to go by and we don't try to kind of pull Biscayne Park into it somehow. So I was looking for ideas for us to organize something for the village where people could impact the village itself, or they could go outside of the community and do things. But I want to make sure that if we were to decide to do something, and this I emphasize in my item that you're not seeing, that we make sure it does not impact staff time or resources in any way, because that would be contrary to the notion of a day of service if we somehow this made staff work harder that day or in preparation for that day. So I'm open to suggestions from you guys, ideas on what we could do.
About an opportunity for staff to be engaged?
No.
It could be the
Residents.
village.
Residents. Now, if staff wanted to, let's say a staff member said, hey, they organized a canal cleanup and Chris, Pamela said, Chris, I want to put on my waders and go out there and pick garbage out of the canal and get rid of all the snakes out there. And Chris said, sure, you could take an extra personal day and do that.
Yeah.
I came up with a short list and here are the things I came up with. And I did talk to Chris about this, and ideally I thought, wouldn't it be great if we could identify some people in the village that have some hardship issues? And he explained to me that we couldn't do that. Like people who are in trouble with code because their house needs painted. Let's get a group of people with buckets of paint and go paint their house. He said, we can't do that. It sounds like something great from Little House on the Prairie, but we're not allowed to do that. So, but if we could identify without including going through using village resources to do it, identify people that could help like that. That would be great. There are a lot of people here in our own community who deal with food insecurity, so maybe that's something we could tackle. Raising money for other things, some ways to support our elderly residents, cook a meal for an elderly resident, take a meal to a neighbor kind of a thing. Reading to kids, reading to elderly people, helping people get out of their house to do some kind of a group activity. We have a lot of kids in this village who may not have as many resources as some other kids. And we have a lot of elderly people that would probably appreciate being, having the neighbors reach out to them. So it was just ideas. This day of service comes up. Former Commissioner and Mayor Roxana Ross used to spearhead some things. And it stopped happening years ago when she left the village. So I thought, it's happening. And I tried to get it on the last month's agenda so we'd have more time to talk about this. And I didn't make the deadline. So that was that deadline thing I discussed.
Could this
So-
be something maybe for the foundation?
Okay, so I talked to the foundation. I could not make their meeting because I was on a business trip or I was on vacation. I wasn't in the village and I couldn't make their meeting, but I spoke with Jill and she was very enthusiastic about it and said she would bring it up to her board and we've not been in the same place at the same time for me to follow up with her. But she wanted to know more about like what the commission discussed is what we're going to discuss. I told her it would be on the November agenda, yeah.
Because that would just pass it along the foundation as to their ideas. I mean, at the end of the day, they're already engaged into the point where they can receive donations even, to back the idea up as well. So rather than us coming with the ideas, maybe they can, come with the idea, the plan, how it would work, the idea would come forward.
Unfortunately, we're kind of under the gun now because it's January 15th and we have the holidays coming up. I know, that's why I wanted to have this discussion enough. So I know it's kind of a long shot, but I brought it back to you guys to see if you wanted to come up with, anyone had any great idea about something that we could organize as a commission that wouldn't impact staff. I mean, what we could do is develop a list of suggestions for, hey, villagers, anybody who wants to give back on the MLK Day of Service on January 15th, here are some ideas. the ways you could give back if you can't think of something on your own and get that message out to people. We could do that.
That's the easier way, because you're compiling events that are already happening around us, say.
Say that again.
Are you compiling events that are already happening and providing a list?
We could do that or give them ideas for things in the village.
Is-
Mow a neighbor's lawn, you know?
You have to sort of have some sort of a planning for action.
Mhm.
That that's,
There's not enough time.
so first step would be, here's a list of things that are already existing that you would do through the foundation. You know, we can gather up and go together to event A, B, and C, choose from this stuff, you know, to a certain.
Or just give people a list and say, if you're looking for something to do that day, mow a neighbor's lawn, go surprise someone and mow their grass. Go to an elderly resident and, you know, take her bagels and sit and discuss the news. I mean, all kinds of great things you could do.
Yeah.
So what do you want to do about this?
I was also, other than reaching out to foundation, I was wondering, you know, is a group like Public Works say like, hey, we got this tree to plant, like get the residents, you know, get us and the residents together and go plant the tree, or I don't know, something like that. But I'd be concerned too that we've got a month and I don't know that we're gonna have time to ask these other groups to help us.
I know.
I think at a bare minimum that we would want to do that, provide a list independently. I think that we would be able to do those things, but I don't know if we have enough time to organize something.
Okay, what if we did this? Let me just propose something in the interest of moving this along. What if I research, and Chris, you may tell me I'm not allowed to do this. What if I research some things in the area that are official MLK Days of Service opportunities? I'm sure there's got to be something going on that other cities have organized. And send that list to Chris, and each of us commits to sending 5 other local ideas that we think would be great within the village. 3 things, we send them all to Chris and he compiles them onto a list and they just make an announcement to the village. Here's what MLK Day of Service is, and here's how you can give back locally. There are some events taking place on that day. And within the village, here are some things that we think would be nice things to do.
Is this something that we do also by proclamation? Usually, I know you said we.
I don't know if it's on the list or not. I don't have the list in front of me.
Well, either way, I mean, I'd be happy to do that research as well, and provide that information to the manager. I think at a bare minimum, that is a good solve. And it seems like the commission meeting for January would fall before that, so if we wanted to put it on proclamation to kind of announce those events and ideas, it seems like we would be able to do that.
I'm looking here to see if it's on the list.
Sure.
Well, why don't we just agree to that for right now? At least it's something, and then next year I'll make sure I get it on the agenda on time. And we can have a bigger conversation next year and maybe organize. It just seems like Biscayne Park is the perfect community to organize something substantive and meaningful and, you know, more than just, you know, here's $20.
It reminds me of stories I've heard from residents about people getting together and planting flowers, planting trees, doing landscaping. It sounds like something like that would be good, but so why don't I'll agree with you, Commissioner, that that's a good start, and I just would look for consensus on that item.
Here's the monthly proclamation list. January has MLK Day. Yep, it's the 3rd Monday of the month. January is National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day and Martin Luther MLK Day.
That might be that list of recommendations. I don't know if it's something we could add to it, but
Okay, so I'll compile a list. Chris, if you'd like me to, I don't want to burden anybody on staff with this. You have a list of local things? Oh, beautiful. Then if we each send a couple of ideas to Pamela, she can compile them on the list and she can get the message out. If you need help, Pamela, putting something together, an announcement, I'll be happy to help. Okay.
so do we have consensus on that? Okay. All right, great. So that moves us past 13A.
Veronica, we decided for MLK Day, you and your kids are going to go plant trees on every block.
All right, so our next item is B and C. So I know we're taking these together, so why don't we go ahead and start with the agenda item that the manager has placed on 13B and get his introduction recommendations.
So I'll try to keep this fairly brief. We conducted a traffic study back in 2008. It was an extremely difficult study to find the documentation for. I'm not sure why. In that study, there were 8 recommendations made. Of the 8 recommendations, only one was implemented, and it was only partially implemented. So if you look at the background, it lists the 8 studies or the 8 improvements that were recommended. The bulk of these improvements would not address anything having to do with speed or traffic. Things like median expansions and curb extensions, median closures, those were just designed essentially to keep traffic on the road rather than have extended areas where they can cross medians and potentially crash. So we have absolutely no follow-up data as to the effectiveness of the loan solution implemented. I put this on, I wanted this on as a separate agenda item simply because moving forward, we can use Granicus to easily search for this if it's its own animal. Part of the agenda item is the actual traffic study that I linked to. The comprehensive traffic study, November 2008, has some awesome photos and recommendations. Jumping ahead to my recommendations. So the 2008 study, let me back up. I'd asked all the commission members what the purpose in your minds of the traffic study would be. It was determined based on the responses that the hopeful actions or the hopeful end results would be a reduction in the volume of pass-through traffic through the neighborhoods, excluding main streets of 6th and Griffing, increase pedestrian safety, promote noiseless residential streets, reduce speed of traffic moving through, provide data required for potential grant applications, and to inform the police department on potential areas for enforcement. I then list the locations in the 2008 traffic study, as well as some speed count locations. So what ended up happening is I could not find out how much money we spent on this, but we spent a bunch of money on the 2008 study and then did not implement any of the potential solutions. And we have no way of measuring their effectiveness. My recommendation to the commission is, rather than spend more money on additional traffic study, maybe let's consider adding the 2008 recommendations to our capital improvement plan. Those are already identified as things that need to happen. I do understand that traffic has changed significantly since 2008. However, in terms of, I guess the best way to put it is percentage of vehicle traffic at these locations, they're probably still problem locations. The traffic and additional traffic study would probably still recognize that they're problem locations and come up with similar recommendations. The other reason that I wouldn't recommend doing a second traffic study is the way speed limits are calculated. We could, in theory, drop speed limits within Biscayne Park to 20 miles per hour, village-wide, excluding Griffing and 6th, if asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. So we have to conduct a traffic study. We have to then set the minimum or the maximum speed limit within 3 miles per hour of the 85th, basically the 85th percentile of traffic flow. There's some very funky math that went into that I can't comprehend myself. So the reason I bring this up is if the bulk of the traffic is going 35, for example, in a 25, we would actually have to raise the speed limit after that study. I think that would be counterproductive. So ultimately, I mean, this is, of course, your decision. We can certainly move forward. We had the money set aside in CITT for that study. Just be aware that it could have some of those unintended consequences.
May I ask a question about that one specific thing? And I have a bunch of things I want to talk about. But before we pass by that. So you're telling us that if we do a traffic study, our internal streets right now, the speed limit is 25. I was always told that was the lowest speed limit you could set in Biscayne Park, that we couldn't go to 20. That's what I was always told by previous manager, other elected officials, that we were at the lowest you were allowed to be. So that's my first question. My second question is, if I just heard you correctly, is if our speed limit is 25 in the internal streets, and we do a traffic study and we find out that all the cars are going 60 and they're violating our speed limit and breaking laws, that then they might tell us we have to raise our speed limit to be match the flow, the speed of traffic that's going through. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not saying I'm questioning that you're making something up. It just doesn't make any kind of logical sense to me that you would identify a place with speeding problems and the solution that the county would come back with is raise the speed limit so they're not speeding?
So to answer your first question, I didn't put my foot in my mouth this time and ran this one past the attorney.
So, yeah, so there's a Florida statute, which is 316-189, which allows, the general rule is that the maximum speed limit within a municipality is 30 miles per hour. However, within that municipality, if there's residence districts, which is essentially the entire village, a municipality may set the maximum speed limit of 20 or 25 miles per hour on local streets and highways. However, there has to be an investigation conducted determining that such a limit is reasonable. And it shall, it requires, as the manager said, a separate investigation for each residential district. And then basically what it happens is it has to be in conformity with the criteria that are promulgated by the Department of Transportation. So you would have to have the study done. You'd have to provide that study to the Department of, or apply the principles, that are established by the Department of Transportation. And that will tell you what your speed limit is. So,
If we're interested in lowering it down to 20, we have to do a traffic study and we have to provide them information that shows that this community merits 20 instead of 25
through the study, correct.
through the study.
Now, the calculations through DOT, I'm not going to profess them. There's a reason why I went to law school. I'm not building naval stuff. I wanted to be a naval architect until my math college. I mean, find another profession.
There's a law school across the street.
Here I said,
So you're saying it is possible to lower it to 20?
the
That
statute-
state law says
assuming
20 or
we meet
25.
criteria and we follow the steps
Okay.
in the state statute.
Okay, got it.
Correct.
Okay, now to the second point. The fact that they could mandate us to increase our speed limit based on speeding.
And I would defer to the manager because he looked into that. I just looked into the legality of lowering the speed limit required.
So the exact verbiage, and this is coming from the DOT's rules. Speed limit should not differ from the 85th percentile or upper limit of the 10-mile-per-hour pace by more than 3 miles per hour, and it shall not be less than 8 miles per hour. However, it goes on to say a speed limit of 4 to 8 miles per hour less shall be supported by a supplemental investigation, which identifies the following, and there are road or roadside features not readily obvious, such as length of section, alignment, roadway width, surface conditions, sight distance, traffic volume, crash experience, and it goes on to list a few others. And then also that other standard signs and markings have been tried but found ineffective. So as I'm interpreting this, and I haven't shot it past our attorney yet, we would need to do the initial study. That study would show us how fast traffic is going. We would have to set our minimum speed limit we'd have to set our maximum speed limit no more than 3 miles an hour under that 85th percentile. And if we wanted to go 4 miles per hour down to 8 miles per hour less, we would have to do an additional investigation to identify those particular conditions in which we may be allowed. So I'm attacking this from actually two perspectives. Right now, El Portal is going through this process. They accidentally included me in one of their emails. So I've been following the whole process to see how this is actually working
That
out.
was fortunate.
So-
That's
It was, I
wow.
know, I saw that email come in and I thought, whoa, this is awesome. So I am following that. So I haven't done the full research yet, but I'm privy to all the emails back and forth between Miami-Dade County, the DOT and El Portal, looking to see if there are other options.
Okay, well,
Yeah, they're looking at stop signs, they're looking at lowering the speed limit and a couple.
So okay. Just so I'm understanding this. You're saying that based on what you read there and what you're hearing from El Portal, if we did a study and people were speeding, we might have to increase our speed limit beyond our current 25 and maybe even beyond the 30?
Correct. We'd have to set it no more than 3 miles an hour less than the 85th percentile.
I'm not questioning what you're saying. I just find that unfathomably bizarre. And Brad shaking his head, no.
Chris, can I ask you a question right now that I'm going to really spin your head around in a hypothetical? If we get a traffic study done, we have to submit it to DOT? What if we get a traffic study done and it shows we should be raising the speed limit, but we say, we're not going to provide it to DOT? Are we required to? Because just, well, is DOT going to come to us and say, we know you did a traffic study, we want to raise your, just curious. Either way, before we move on very quickly, I know this is a joint item, so Commissioner Amsler, I wanted to give you an opportunity to introduce anything maybe that the manager hadn't already, so we have the full picture so we can discuss.
And so here we are a year later. Somewhere mitigate traffic constantly in a way to provide a kind of a habit This is top priority. Safety should be our main concern. So, and this is how we're doing it. We're a small village. Let's talk about speed bump. So starting on that first one, I think I put recommendations here. Let me go to that. So the first one was defining a criteria. People come and say, I want to put a speed bump in my block. And I've heard of a neighbor over there did it. I want to do it too. And some people say, well, I don't want to even hear about a speed bump, right? Because it's loud and I don't want it bothers me. Well, then what is it? So how some exist already, but process is there to contemplate them. And I understand the police had a lot to do and to say in terms of what streets could be addressed or not. But I can tell you that I have one in 109, and that was placed 2 years ago. And it was just few residents coming forward and saying we need it, and it was implemented, and it's made a huge change of the traffic over there. I can tell you it's a huge impact on that over that meeting. And it was a meeting, so I'm wondering, okay, can we showcase what the process would be if we wanted a speed bump? I'm not suggesting we need speed bumps across the board. I'm not saying where they need to go. I'm just saying we need a process in place where people can say, if I were to consider having a speed bump, what would it look like? Second, educate residents on what cannot be done related to restricting this traffic access. Can we close? Can we not close? Can we have an answer on that and communicate it? And third, provide residents with a monthly update by our police department. I would like to see, we used to have, Chris, in the agenda, the police would kind of come forward with a report. I saw you send it on email, same thing. I think when you have everything in one page, it kind of brings all this discussion and comments alive at the meeting. And we need to push it out. We need a constant, you do your feedbacks on your emails on what's happening with residents. I think we need to showcase what's coming out of this operatives. I understand we're not going to be telling them where we're going to be with the police on which corner, and all of that, but we can let them know what's happening. Yes, we're seeing traffic. No, we're not seeing as much. Yes, we're concentrated 85% of the time in 6th Avenue, and that's just a matter of the force that we have available, or whatever it might be. Just let's push it out. So that's my recommendation.
Can I jump in here and just give a little quick background? Because this started before you guys joined us up here. So this was another item that I brought. And when I brought it, it was, I think we need a comprehensive, solution here. We need a plan to address this. And very quickly that went from, well, we can't do a plan that involves solutions until the problem is identified and this is from Mario, because the county has to approve everything. I'm speaking sort of generally. The county has to approve whatever we do, stop signs, speed bumps, everything. And they won't approve unless we have a traffic study. And we did a traffic study and no one had a copy of the traffic study. The village didn't have a copy of the traffic study, the one that you're looking at. Bob Anderson, Janie's husband, had it in the garage. So thank God for pack rats, because I called Bob and said, Bob, this thing existed. You were a commissioner. He's like, I have a copy right here. I'll walk it down to your house. So that's how we got a copy of the study. And then Mario, in discussions with the county, I don't know if he physically showed it to them or what steps he took, but then he reported back to us that the study's too old. The study is not of value. The data is not good. So we have to go back and do another traffic study. That's how we got to this point. So that's the quick story of how we got here. I came and said, guys, it's a problem. We don't need us, workshops. We all know it's a problem. Let's talk about what the solutions can be. And it quickly led to that requires the county, that requires a study, that study's too old. And that's how we ended up here. Then before Mario left, remember, he said, okay, there's a bunch of stuff here I was going to work on for you guys. I'll push it out fast before I go and get those trains moving for you guys. Thank you. The RFP came back from Himley Horn, is that what they're called? The people who had done the study before, and it turns out that the RFP said do the same study, the same locations. It was very limited in scope, specifically to exactly what was done before, and that's why they quoted it that way. And that's when I'm like, well, okay, but is that what we need? What I want is what we need, not just duplicate what you did before. It's going to show us a change in those specific locations, but is that what we need? And then I had a meeting with them and they said, no, that's not what you need. So that's how we got here. So I think we need a traffic study because all those reasons, that's what I was told. So I'm going by what I was told. And I know that there are parameters for even how speed humps and speed bumps, which are apparently two different things, are put in place. And some of the ones that we have don't meet the requirements for it. So if you read the requirements, they don't even meet the threshold. That was I was told a quote, pilot study that the police department managed for us to see kind of how the resident reaction would be. And then the pilot study basically dropped them in place and that was the end of it, right? And some of the very people who requested them then complained and they got removed. So here's my sort of general feeling on the whole thing. I want permanent solutions. And I think before we can talk solutions, we need to see what the problem is. We know what the problem is. I think we need to see here's what the problem is exactly where, so we can define solutions to those specific things. As far as I'm concerned, it's an all of the above strategy. Speed bumps, sure. Stop signs, roundabouts, closing some streets off if we can, because I've always told the same thing, but no one's ever shown me. Limiting 125th Street, the traffic, Kimberly Horn people told me this. Another option is 125th, limiting turns into the village during certain hours of the day, like no turn, no left turn. If you know it's people coming from over there and turning left and shooting down 9th Avenue, say no left turn 7 to 9 a.m. You see those kind of signs. So there are things that we hadn't even thought of. So it could be all of those things, but I'm not an expert. I don't think we know where the problem really is. And I don't want to spend money and time on solutions that while they might feel good and could very well be good choices, right? I know who's not an expert. No one's sitting at this table, you know, so that's what we have these people for. And I just want it to be the right way because it costs money and it's a serious thing. And it takes a while to get these things done too. The study, the implementation of these things. Now, anecdotally, I can tell you the one by your house, it's awesome, you know, but then I hear people complain about having to drive over it. And when I think about a scenario where people basically somehow, you know, through a process request a speed bump on their street, well, then what happens in 3 years when 2 of those people on that block move out and the new people moving in say, I hate that speed bump in front of the house. Can that be removed? Do we then go back and remove stuff because someone requested it? I don't think residents know what the best solutions are either. As far as I know, we don't have any traffic experts here in the village. Well, actually, I hope. But I want the solutions to be very long-term solutions and to really protect this village. And you know, guys, I call it our oasis in the heart of Miami, that it really treats it like that and protects us from the outside. I consider us to be this little oasis in the big bad world out there, and I want us protected from it. And I don't know that we can come up with those solutions on our own. That's why I want a new traffic study. And because we were told that the traffic study had to be redone for us to try to get any of this going. So if that's not the case, then, you know, maybe that's not the case. Because the county has to approve anything we want to do, and the county won't approve it based on the traffic study that we have.
But so if a speed bump does not require,
We were told that it does, that the ones that we put in were a part of a pilot study that the county gave our police department authorization to do. This is going back to what I was told at the time, that even those have to be approved.
So,
Those are temporary things, by the way. The ones that we have installed in the village are temporary. They're not meant to be permanent.
so here's a quick question that I have. So I was all for doing the traffic study that was going to mimic the one in 2008. And the reason for that is so that we had something to compare with. This company that we're hiring, or that's going to, in theory, do this traffic study, are they going to identify, are they just going to give us volumes, or are they going to identify problems? Because I don't know what a problem is. Is it 1,000 cars down 9th Avenue? Is it 10,000 cars down 10th Avenue?
They have, what word do they use? I
they,
think I
they
made-
have
Because if they don't identify, look, you have
Livability
you have a
threshold.
serious problem in this particular, then this is a waste of time. and a waste of
Livability
money.
threshold. So if you look through the study, the 2008 study,
Mhm.
you'll see data in there that includes how many cars went,
Yeah,
basically volume and speed is what it comes
Right.
down to. Then they show you what they call livability thresholds, and they identify specific areas that exceed the livability threshold, which then allows you to take some action. That's what I understood when I read it. Did you,
So,
same thing, Vero?
so if that's the case, then that's okay.
That's in that. study.
That's because if, without that, this makes no sense.
And it's just a bunch of numbers.
That's all it is. And I have no way of determining what those numbers mean.
If you look at the Comprehensive Traffic Study 2008, the document, this is the Bob Anderson document, and you go down to, way down past all the data, you're gonna see, boy, there's so much stuff in here. I just wonder, it's just like so much stuff. Well, I'm not gonna find it while I need to
Are
find
you
it.
looking for the study?
The list, excuse me, the livability threshold and the list of places that they identified as problems.
Yes, at
Here we
the end you have the recommendations. Let me see if I can find. It's at the bottom of the.
Yeah, specific to what he's asking, it's
So if you jump over to page 22 of 206.
22.
Yeah.
There we go.
And then I think if you, let me double check, but I believe if you scroll down to
Traffic.
4 of 26, that shows you the speeds that they go.
Yeah, well, 24 is, isn't it? Where's the thing they called livability?
The PDF,
I'm looking at the PDF that's 206 pages. Oh, I'm sorry.
you look at the
I'm looking at the page
PDF
number.
page 22 of 206, that's livability thresholds.
There it is.
If you look at the PDF page number 24, that's the speed.
So it's, there you go. So,
Mhm.
Art, it says right here in one section, I'm just gonna read it to you. Based on the criteria specified in the Miami-Dade Neighborhood Traffic Management Program, what they measure against, traffic volumes on 5 streets exceed livability threshold. And then they list those places. 4 additional facilities exceed, da, 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 and then they tell you kind of the next group down that maybe aren't quite there, but could be. And then they and then they recommend elsewhere, they
What is,
recommend.
what is livability?
It's about how many cars are passing by for a resident. I'm gonna,
Compromised when traffic volumes exceed 1,500 vehicles per day or 150 vehicles in the peak hour for residential local streets, and it goes on.
So that is,
it's the measure you use to say, there's a problem here, there's too
Okay,
many cars on the
okay.
street.
yeah, so, yeah, in that case, that would make sense, but if without.
Yeah, so they do, apparently, this has all kinds of stuff that I wondered, when I read it a while ago, and then I reread it again today. I wondered why some of the stuff's in, there's all kinds of crime stuff in here, and I really kind of didn't understand why they were contracted to do that. Maybe they weren't, maybe they just threw it in.
And here's another issue. We all know that the vast volume that passes through Biscayne Park is Sixth Ave and Griffin.
Mhm.
The internal streets, while there is traffic and while there is the occasional speeder, I see it. I walk now, as you know, I walk in the morning and I walk in the afternoon. So the volume that I've seen, it's nothing compared to what we have on Griffin and what we
This
have.
study, oh, no, I know, but this study shows internal streets that are beyond the livability threshold 15 years ago.
2008.
2008, yeah. So I'm saying is that they determined in 2008 that there were interior streets that exceeded the livability threshold 15 years ago, before Aldi and all of that stuff opened, before all the high-rise things started coming around. So just imagine what it looks like now. That's my point, is that this thing is so, first, number one, Mario said it's too old, we can't use it. So I'm just kind of hung my head on that, like, oh, well, that stinks.
Well, I'm all for the study, guys. If, as long as the livability is there, and that's other, so I'm good with.
What I wanted to say on my end is, I am not against one or the other. I don't think one negates the other, because what I'm asking and what I want to implement, like starting tomorrow, we could, is to have more communication in terms of what's being currently done. What is, at the same time, a process in place for the speed bumps that already happened. So the fact that we have in place systems that we've already taken as a village without going through a traffic study or the county first, or maybe it's the county, again, I don't know what the process is. I'm asking for that. I'm asking, can we have a process? Someone can come and move forward and say, I would like to be reviewed, because the way I see it also is a traffic study is gonna look into some of the streets. I mean, we had a lined up of certain amount of streets last time. How many were they? I don't know if you guys remember.
It's the same as this one.
So how many were, like 10?
It was on there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So
That's
not,
why that's why we kind of pulled the plug on that and like, whoa.
so it's not everything in the village either. So a person that lives within an internal street, like I do on 109th, the reason why the speed bump got added there is because we as resident came forward, which is part of the process from the county to have at least, I think 50 to 80, I don't remember the number, doesn't matter. Again, as part of the process, the residents need to come forward, sign in that they're in agreement with that. That's a normal thing. Exactly. So I want to have that in place. It doesn't need a traffic study for us to get there. It doesn't, because at the end of the day, the traffic study might assess that it's 113th and 6th Avenue where it's going to be measured. But again, 109th wasn't there and it's never going to be there. So what recourse as a resident that already sent us emails, pictures, and all this stuff, they can come forward with to the city to see if we can implement.
So what do we, let me just sort of play out a scenario for you, because I'm not disagreeing with you. What you're saying, Vero, is long-term plan, but in some short-term solutions as well at the same time.
We've already been implementing some immediate solutions.
I think they were kind of like a little,
That's the thing. Instead of supposes, of like, we should have maybe like all this thing that sits in the air. I want like determination as to what we
I
could.
agree with you on that.
So
So if someone comes and says, Jonathan, Block, 4 people there come and say they want a speed bump. How do we determine that it really merits a speed bump? Can I make a motion to push the meeting 10 more minutes?
Well, I had a recommendation based on what we've been discussing, and I see this as a threshold issue. I see it as we're discussing point B without getting past point A. Point A is, we don't know the process. We're sitting here talking about, I've heard this, I don't know what it is. I would recommend we leave here, we ask Chris if he can look into what the procedure looks like, because I've never heard of residents come forward and say we need a speed bump and they just get one. As far as I understand, again, it has to be cleared with the county and FDOT. Was that? Probably. So what I would recommend then is we need to clarify that process.
But
I
what
would
I'm,
ask,
Mayor, if you allow me, because my point was, there is a process examples that I put in.
I saw, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No, and I don't disagree with you, but again, we're coming in with this understanding that, we have to clear with FDOT, we have to clear with the county. We understood,
We're gonna run out of time. Can we
Okay.
extend the meeting 10 minutes so we can at least?
Okay. We can
Look,
still
look,
extend it.
we're
a
I
minute.
will say this.
look,
We're not
No,
gonna,
no.
we're not gonna finish this. We're not gonna finish this tonight anyway.
no,
Can we pick this up in January? I'm happy that my item's not gonna get to tonight. I'm fine
Yeah.
with that. And kind of pick up where we left off here, because this is important and we do need.
I agree.
And maybe in the meantime, Chris can come back and bring us
That's what I would
Hey,
ask.
out.
I would ask.
Yeah, if I could make a recommendation, the last email I received on the El Portal situation was at 12:01 this afternoon, so I haven't had
Was what?
time. 12:01 this afternoon.
Oh.
So I haven't had time to fully dig into that. Give me a little bit of time to figure out what it is they're doing. I know for a fact they're talking about sidewalks, speed bumps, reducing speed and stop signs. So I want to dig in more as to
Yeah.
how they're doing
Like
that.
If we just had a better,
That's
Of-
what
of-
that's gotta be the
does
first,
it really have to go through the county? Or we
Yes.
just
gotta be the first thing.
do-
We make
agree.
those
the procedure?
process.
And I mean, what El Portal's doing is great, but
That's,
I want to know what the county requires us to do anything.
and I have a front row seat to that, figuring out
Okay.
what documentation is. So we should
We'll
have a
pick it up.
affirmative.
Okay, so then,
Because we all agree that this has to be.
Yes.
addressed. This is how we get from point A to point B.
agreed. So recommendation again is the manager will come back to us with some more clarity after he's exposed to that procedure, and we'll get a better idea of how we can go about it, how we can evaluate it, but we will be putting the traffic back on the agenda for the next meeting. And we will also.
All good.
13D.
There you go.
Can I,
Yes.
couple of things I want to talk about for January. We, need to, add to the agenda approving the Mario, Chris's evaluation procedure.
Yes,
Bring this back. My board item will get picked up.
Yep.
We're going to, discuss the Tallahassee
yes,
situation and, our priorities while we're there. And I'm the babysitter of proclamations and saying, reminder, this has to be on the agenda and it's not there, and I make a copy and bring it along. I think maybe in January, we should all take a look at that list of proclamations, because maybe you guys have other things you'd like to add. And
Yeah.
this is 3 years old and I did it and the commission approved it. So why don't we all come to, I'd like to add that to the next agenda, discuss proclamations and finalize list for 2024. But for January, go with what's on the list for January.
Okay,
cool?
so, yes, so that's what we have on the January agenda. So motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Thank you. Good meeting.
11. I got 11.
Mark, we made it on the nose.
I hate cutting you off because I really think that that warrants such a larger discussion.
You're right.
I'm 100% on board for this stuff. It's got to get done. Yeah, without, it's not even.